check. Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Is that a little quiet? Can you all hear me okay? Should be a little louder, maybe? Oh, well, we'll figure this out. Good morning. My name is Craig X, and I am from Vancouver. I came out here to go ahead and annoy you throughout the day. I will be up here making some announcements throughout the weekend, of course. I did my show here from yesterday. Thanks for everybody who came out. And everybody who came this morning, we're a couple minutes behind, but we'll pick that up through the day here. We're going to have a host of speakers and panelists going out through most of the day. Of course, the part of the other activity is over at 512 Church. But we're going to be dropping a lot of science and a lot of knowledge, having a whole lot of smart people in here, including some court-appointed experts, not just T-shirt-appointed experts. But, you know, I have several of these T-shirts, so it's pretty close to official, and even a hoodie. That said, we're also going to be doing our best to try and stream on the Cannabis Cultures and the Pot TVs, the Facebooks, the YouTubes through most of the day. If it doesn't work, I'm sorry, but I'm trying. We had a few little audio issues integrating it all, but we're making it happen. That said, we're going to have the folks from NORML come on up here, and then a bunch of panels throughout the day. What's up, Brittany? You know you're going to be up here as well, too. Going to be fun, so make sure you toke up and tune in throughout the day. Thank you all for supporting the Karma Cup 2017. I'm Craig X, and we'll get this show rolling soon.
Is it just us? No. Amy's right. Abby's coming, right? Alright, then let's switch over. Are you sitting here?
Well, no, I'm not moderating.
Oh, then get in.
I think Abby is. I thought she was. Right? Oh, well, Amy's on the panel too. So she's going to take me. Wait. That big me.
I'm hi, not shocked.
Something about the shape. Something.
All right, good morning, Vapor Central. Hello. Morning. Yeah. All right, everybody's had their wake and bake. Everyone's awake. Janine's awake. There she is. Thank you so much for coming to the NORML conference. This is actually our 4th or 5th year getting together experts from the cannabis community to talk about different issues that we're all having, that we're all going to be facing, you know, once legalization happens. It's interesting. I started as a volunteer maybe about 2 years ago, and even in the course of less than 2 years, like, this whole cannabis culture has completely evolved, and it's really interesting to see where it's going. But what I really want to kind of really take home, if anyone were to take home some message from this conference, is really, like, I mean, we have these here, and really all here to educate us, to make us more aware of the issues that we're all going to be facing. But really afterwards, I really want people to take action. You know, it's the actions of Canadians that, you know, demonstrated, that really spoke out and said, hey, we want Canada to be legalized. It's not a matter of just kind of sitting more. We really have to start having conversations with people who are going to be listening to us, who can actually do things. So start writing your politicians, start, you know, attending rallies, start writing letters, start tweeting Justin Trudeau. You know, his team has to listen. So really have your voice heard. All these wonderful speakers, you know, they have years, decades of experience, and yeah, let's have a really good conference, okay? So I have the absolute honor and privilege to introduce some wonderful women who, throughout many decades, have really to move the cannabis movement forward. So without further ado, we have Pavlo Misha, Irie Selkirk, and Amy Brown here, and we're gonna, yeah. So we're going to be talking about various issues that women face in the cannabis industry, and just hearing about their experiences. 'Cause you ladies have gone through a whole lot of stuff, and the fact is without all of that action, we wouldn't be where we are today. So I guess far right. First question for our panelists. All right. Please introduce yourselves. What brought you to cannabis?
So I am currently chair of Canadian Students for Sensible Drug Policy, and I also work for LIFT, a company that tries to keep patients in about medicinal cannabis. I started about 13 years ago now when I was parallel down, and I found that cannabis was a great medicine for me. So I'm pretty excited that now it might actually become legal.
How's that working? It's a lot better, actually. So my name's Jamie Shaw. I started smoking cannabis when I was very, very young. I was actually referred to the Compassion Club also to use cannabis as a medicine. And I ended up working for the club, and then I ended up working for Camp CD and just doing a lot of things. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on here. But yeah, I co-founded the first Women Grow in Vancouver. And I write for Lip sometimes and do some stuff.
I'm Irie. Currently, I work for Emblem as their director of community outreach. Do some outreach for Tokyo Smoke as well. I've been a patient advocate and kind of been in this space for about 10 years. Does it help? When my daughter's father got MS, we started kind of navigating the system. So I've started some parent groups on Facebook, and also really excited that we're about to legalize.
My name's Amy Brown. Some people know me as Amy Anonymous. Some people know me as other things. I do a lot of different things. I'm not really good at talking about myself. Some things that I really enjoy is working with children, especially children under the age of 10. I drop things. I'm owner of media and a lot of also outreach outside of my current position at my dispensary. I've been in this industry for a decade. Not a decade, it's been a while. I've seen a lot of faces come and go. I've seen a lot of faces stay, which is amazing. And I've seen a lot of women, more importantly, come in this industry. And that's what we're here to talk about, so I'm really excited about that.
All right, so you know what? Let's go either way. So starting with Amy, I guess.
Okay.
What are some of the biggest challenges for this industry?
Well, the legality. I mean, first and foremost, I'd say the legality issues of working in this industry. Anything to do sale of cannabis outside of a licensed producer is clearly illegal and currently illegal and going to be illegal for a bit. But aside from that, being a female and working in the industry is not as hard now as it was previously, though there are still many challenges that women do face. I feel that there's a lot more women, so we band together, and it's a lot easier to be a woman in this industry. But some challenges that we do still face is sexism, straight up. People think that women are little sex kittens who are supposed to be beside the man who is the grower and does all the cool stuff, and the girls is just subservient, obedient thing. That is not the case. That is not generally the case in this industry, but that's the visual, what people see. Online problems with being taken seriously. I know I had that problem as a female working on many men. that my opinion wasn't valued as much because I was a female and I didn't know as much as they did. I mean, they were men. They clearly had a better opinion than I. So these are problems that I have personally faced in this industry, and I know a lot of women that have as well. All right.
I have to knock things over too. And also, echo what you said, because there is a lot of sexism in the industry, which is a bummer. A struggle or a challenge for me has been really sort of judgment. As a parent, I wasn't really able to come out as a cannabis advocate. I've been kind of mucking about with MMAR for years, but and educating people, being that hub of information, but I haven't been able to come out for fear of judgment, and I've talked to CAS, and that sucks, and I've come out on the right side of it, and been able to actually change in the way that I can. So that's the main challenge for me, I guess, like judgment, and just the stigma of that. So I'm glad that's changed.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of the biggest challenges of the industry, I mean, for me right now, it was this mic. Doing okay right now. It's not only the illegality of it, but we're even on the legal side, we're blazing a trail. We're doing things that haven't been done before, and that's also what kind of makes it awesome, right? So there are definitely challenges there. In terms of sexism, I've been really lucky. I've worked within organizations where internally it wasn't there. But of course, externally, I faced it all the time. And there's some pretty horrible examples of it, actually. I had one advocate who harassed me for months and months through email, simply because I had a voice at all. So there are, there's still issues. When I was in Kansas City, I had a meeting with this one dispensary owner who referred to me as Madam President every single time he opened his mouth. Like every single, yes, Madam President. It was like, what the fuck, right? So yeah, you still face it sometimes.
So both from the policy side as well as the corporate side of the cannabis, and I feel like a lot of the time, at least I've found myself not confident to speak. But when you do, there's a lot of male advocates out there for you. So it's a matter of listening and being heard, and that those challenges with that voice will continue to change. And now that we do have a voice supporting each other and collaborating, women and men, seems to, we're getting close to legalization, right? So.
No, that's awesome. Like, I mean, it sounds as though, we asked the same question last year, and although some of the issues seem to kind of still be around, sometimes there's the sexism and there's the force and kind of like that nervousness to find your own voice. It sounds like women coming together, like, we can kind of rise above those challenges and get shit done, really. So that's really inspiring for me. Thank you. Okay, so I guess kind of full circle. Women in the cannabis industry, not unlike other industries, face the double whammy of ageism and sexism, and the combination can feel daunting. How do these kind of expectations shape or affect your experiences working in the cannabis industry, and how do you push back or resist this?
I've found asking for opportunities to be really useful, and just making clear I'm willing to rise to the challenge and willing to put in the work. Sometimes it seems that it's expected that women can't. Sexism, I guess it's ingrained, but we can, and we do.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier in the earlier answer, but I think actually I'll just let that stand.
I found, once you find a couple allies and a couple advocates in your organization, your voice gets louder. So, an example of this is, I come from, a business background, and a lot of people that I work with now don't, and they don't really, understand that piece of it, and they don't understand, where a lot of the strong emotions come from. So, I think that's simple, because I don't kind of fit a stereotype, I can navigate a little bit easier. But, you know, just because I don't identify as the things that make me weird, you know, they've kind of started to see. So, you know, I've got 2 or 3 people that really kind of advocate for men, and, you know, they'll explain strange acronyms to me that I don't understand. You know, EBITDA is a thing. It sucks. I don't know if it started with an I or an E, but I found out because someone in my industry, like someone in my little core group told me. So it's kind of identifying those and unifying your voices.
You know, how I only really dealt with this for a couple of years, first few years in this industry really heavily. And how I dealt with it is I left it, I opened up my own place, and I never dealt with it again. And here we are. Like, I'm fortunate that I haven't really dealt with that, because as a female leader, I tried other females to lead. And nothing against men. But I have to say, in the past 4 to 5 years, I've been very fortunate to not have to deal with it as much as I did it the 5 years previously. And I'm not trying to say, oh, it's so much better now, but it really is. And it's really nice to be a part of. We still have a lot of hurdles. Ageism, we talked about sexism earlier. Now with ageism, I've kind of grew up in this industry. So I went from, you know, little meek Amy to, there's Amy type of thing. So I grew up in it, I've dealt with it, and now being a woman in this industry, I really like to encourage other women to just continue on and not to let ageism, and I would say ageism, especially for younger women who feel that they can't join because, you know, it's full of other older people. No way. Like, there's no age limit in this industry, and I think everyone should join and be a part of it. It's a movement, right?
Thank you much. And I guess just it sounds like the key to push back and experience these challenges is just to keep going forward. It's like, you know, meek little Amy is now, bam, you know, you know, and that's just, you know, pushing through it. And yeah, no, that's awesome. Thank you. Another question I want to hear your expertise about. In male-dominated work environments, do you feel that women need to work harder in order to be heard, respected, and validated? Amy, what do you think?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, for sure. In male-dominated work environments, do you feel that women need to work harder in order to be heard, respected, and validated?
Generally speaking, yes. We have had to. See, I currently work in a female-dominated environment, so we're all chicks just being heard and being dominant, I guess. But it definitely in a male, I had to work harder to be heard and to be seen and to be known and to be appreciated. So I would agree. Generally, yes, they do. I would hope that this changes. I would hope that this is changing much more so. Dropping everything. Hoping it's changing much more so. I mean, times are changing. So many more things are acceptable. And to the people that aren't accepting of it, I mean, I don't think there should really be a place for them. Like, if you can't appreciate and accept people around, then you should maybe step back and look at what you're doing. That's how I feel.
I do think that women have to work a little bit hard, but you know, that's changing, and especially with a lot of the more women-led groups and getting you know, our voices together. And I think that again, for me, it comes down to like relationships at this point. You know, a lot of people, it's you know, who you connect with, who, you know, you have similar philosophies, and, you know, kind of moving forward from there. Like, our voices are getting louder and louder, and so. You know, I think like one thing that, and that someone taught me that was really good, and it was from like, I don't know, some politician or something. Like, if there's a bunch of women at a table and you're sitting there and one woman says something and everybody agrees it to themselves, if another woman that's there kind of identifies it and says the exact same thing in the exact same words, it's something that like we've actually utilized in like groups. But you know, a lot of the younger companies that I'm working with have more women, so there's that as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have to work harder, you have to work longer for less money and less credit. But you mentioned earlier, is like if you're focused on the work and keep doing the work, and you end up with focused on work. And so your little personal environments, your little professional bubbles that are your closest circle are cool. right? It's only when you step outside of that that you still encounter it sometimes, and so yeah, that absolutely makes a huge difference.
I will say, though, do need to work hard as a woman, in skills speak for themselves, and hard work does get credited eventually. Might take longer, but we get there. My experience, lucky.
And I feel like too, like with all of that hard work, when we see kind of the fruits of our labor, it's just so, it makes you feel so awesome. You know, like I worked for that. I did that. Like we did that. And that's awesome. Okay. It sounds like all of them have really positive experiences, you know, with your male colleagues. And I don't want this to sound like a male bashing. Just say, hey, like, you know. But, you know, like, work together, right? So I really want to hear your experience about this. So I guess I want to ask, like, how have your male colleagues, how have they been allies? Like, how can colleagues be stronger allies and help to environment more inclusive?
Honestly, I've been very lucky, especially at Lyft. I work with David Brown, and he's constantly, whenever I want to do something, he gives me the ability to do it and supports me. I've been very lucky in that sense, but I've found that asking for challenges, they'll give you the opportunity for yourself, and you just continue building.
Yeah, I'm very lucky. Most of my male colleagues, it has been, you know, close professional contacts. Hasn't really been an issue, but outside of that, it certainly can be. And I'm not sure I've ever been an ally, as lucky you've been. You know, just being treated equal and the same is but you like social media threads, you know, somebody asks, oh, who's the biggest bro when it comes to Q&A, or who's the man when it comes to growing, and it's like excludes all of us, right, before the conversation even happens. It rarely gets called out.
I'm just going to sound like a broken record. I think I gave an example earlier of how, and that's what it is. It's, you know, it's those close to you, and then, you know, kind of creating space for other people that have, you know, similar mindset, that want to see more women in it, that want to make it more inclusive.
I too have had some great male colleagues. I did have male colleagues. Aside from some, and you know, I earned respect. You know, like any other human or female. The fact that it's a female talking about men, you know, I get it in a way, but times are changing, and the fact that we're discussing how men treat us is really kind of weird. Now that I'm discussing it aloud, men, it's pretty good. I mean, for me, I take myself seriously, and I expect to be taken seriously as well. I hold very high confidence, and I think that could be why. Yeah, I haven't really had many bad experiences either. And to the women that have, I mean, you need to speak to men like you would speak to a woman. What is wrong with you? And that's that. Agree? Do you agree, ladies? Yeah, like, yeah, it's weird that we're talking about the way men treat us. Better treat us well.
I think it goes back to what you said earlier with confidence too. You know, like having the confidence. So, you know, however you need to get that, exactly. You know, whatever it is, if it's buddies, if it's, you know, kind of improving a skill set, or, you know, doing a bunch of research, figuring out where you're going to be.
Awesome. Oh, good stuff. Help foster, you know, women finding their voices in the cannabis industry, but you're absolutely right. Sometimes those voices are kind of trying to shout over one another, and you know, it's just one another's space.
I honestly think it really just goes both ways. You know, like much like I've had experiences with women and men. I don't think it's I think it's a human thing, really. So just be nice to each other, right?
Yeah.
All right. So how can we build inclusive cannabis industry for people of color, Indigenous people, the LGBTQ community, and as well as women? Really. Yeah.
I hope we've built that. I mean, I think we have built that. I think this is, we did have a little, in the Toronto community, discrepancy. It was actually a very large one. some organizations should. I mean, other than that, I think we have a very inclusive community, industry. I do see it's unfortunate that there are more arrests on people of color, but that we cannot control as people who are not making those choices. But I do think that we're very inclusive. I've seen nothing but inclusion, so I don't think I should answer this question because I've only seen it.
No, I don't. I haven't seen entire inclusion on all levels. Definitely in the community there's more, but there's even an article written about the lack of women on boards across Canada. It's like 4 women across all these massive companies, and that's not inclusive, and that sucks. And there's sort of a lack of diversity for people of color as well, and it's a matter of like showing up. We have to just continue to show up all the time. Like that's how I got involved. It starts showing up places, and then inviting other people that may not have the confidence or they know stuff, and there's experts. There's so many experts in this industry, and if more of them actually start speaking to people that have like financial interests in this, and actually, like, if you don't tell people what you want it to be, then they don't know. It's the same thing as like social activism. Like, you want the library to stay open, you show up, you get the petition, you say these are my favorite books. Like if we don't show up and say this is how we like, this is the culture, this is it, and have those conversations, then it's going to continue to be exclusive because it's just a small group. So. I haven't seen it too inclusive on all levels, but it is changing, and a lot of the companies are starting to take real progressive stances on like who they're hiring, and there's a lot of companies that have half women. Tokyo Smoke has half women on their team, and my boss is a really strong woman as well. That's kind of been an ally of mine. So showing up, making more space for more people, because I think it could be a lot more inclusive on that level.
Yeah, but that too is a grassroots kind of thing that's working its way up into things, right? It's not in the regulations. It's not in any kind of. There's been no. When the Liberals ran for government, they didn't just run on cannabis legalization. They ran on increasing the middle class. They ran on increasing the status of women. They ran on apologizing to First Nations. And we haven't seen any of that being addressed. In fact, what we've seen is if you're even suspected of breaking the CDSA any time in the last decade, then you can't actually be an owner of any kind. You can work at a lower level in the organization. So when we know for a fact that people of color and minority communities have been overly targeted in the drug war, we know for a fact that we're excluding them. Now that's, to me, a problem. We've not figured out what's going on with First Nations lands. I'm very excited to actually talk about some of the legal issues around that tomorrow, because we're still breaking treaties all over the place. We haven't figured any of that out yet, and how that fits, particularly within any sort of provincial model, right? So, there's a lot of work to be done on that level, and I'm not seeing any desire to address that. I'm not seeing training programs for women. I'm not seeing investment programs for women or people of color. I'm not seeing anything like in Oakland where they make sure somebody in those communities gets licenses. I'm not seeing anything like in Berkeley where they make sure people of low income have access to medicine. I'm not seeing any of that, and that's a pretty serious issue. We're not seeing barriers to access come down in the face of fentanyl. That, to me, barriers to access, we're already winning court battles before fentanyl became a problem. So these are all serious issues that I don't see being addressed at all, and that's a problem.
Well, I think continuing to talk about them and making them the center of our discussions, that's the only way things change. About a decade ago, maybe there wasn't very many women in the cannabis industry in leadership roles. Now I work in a company that's almost half woman. Earlier this year, it wasn't. So things can change, and they can change quickly, but it's a matter of speaking up and making sure that those viewpoints are heard, and that there's a platform to disseminate that knowledge.
Well, and it's making people understand that it's actually good for a company to be diverse. It's healthy for the company itself and for its bottom line.
How do you think that we can encourage that more so, though?
Well, like I said, some training programs would help, some grants. We're changing that already ourselves. It's the awareness, but there's still some institutional biases that need to be addressed. Even on companies that have a lot of women in leadership roles, who owns it? right? And that there's a big disparity there suddenly, right? And so that's an issue. Like in the 70s, 30% of healthcare professionals were I'm trying to remember now, I lost the stat, but there was something like women were 70% or nurses and 30% doctors back in the 70s, and now it's like 60-40, so it's but it's that sort of institutional bias where there's only a certain level that you're likely to reach or attain, and that's an issue. And we see that in every other industry, not just cannabis. There was a show in the 80s called Rent and Steal about a female private detective that invented a man, and she suddenly had tons of business because she just invented this guy. That actually happened last week. There were two women that had a digital startup, and they created a man, and they managed to get funding. So it's like, our reality right now is still a plot from like a 1980s TV show. So.
It's completely. I was just reading something about two coworkers that flipped email addresses, and it was a man and a woman, and it was by accident. And this woman was like, "I don't understand why my life is so easy this week." Like everyone was just like, "Sure, no problem. That makes sense. It's a great idea. Like you should totally do that." And the guy was like, "Why is everyone like I'm fine? Why does everyone keep asking me if I'm fine? Like everything's okay." So yeah 80, right? It's awful business. So I don't know.
Well, fair enough. No, that totally makes sense. And I think, like, kind of, Jamie, going back to what you're, like, this is good for business. It's good for and it's, and I guess just kind of, speaking from somebody who, in my organization, might not be super high level C-suite, I guess it would be up to me to go higher ups and say, hey, like, activists are we hiring, or how many people of color are we hiring? Like, who am I working with? Because these are, I want to be sure that the people that I'm working with are on board, have the same kind of the same passions as I do, and the same desire to have an inclusive and diverse company, right? So, no, very cool. Thank you. So what advice would you give to women who are trying to begin their cannabis careers? Harry.
All right, I'm in. Sort of what I don't know. I'll tell you what I did. So I did a bunch of research on people that were active in the community. I've been going on. I just wasn't. So I sort of saw people out that saying things that I like to hear. Then I said, this is what I bring to the table. This is I can do, and I just started showing up places, and then decided where I needed to learn more skills. Excel sucks, like that kind of stuff, and just increase the skills that I didn't have to sort of match the experience that I brought from my past, and then found somewhere to fit in, and went from there. So I suggest that women do a lot of research and a lot of education so that they come to the table fully equipped.
Yeah, I totally echo that. I had actually done a ton of research on cannabis for a documentary script that I had been working on like a long time ago. And it involved somebody actually giving me, they had a High Times collection of every single issue up until like 1997. And that involved me sitting there and reading every single one from cover to cover. I move a lot, so I was in a lot of different U.S. jurisdictions, and I was able to kind of follow what was going on there. And for me, and I mean, we're talking about some of the barriers to the industry. My husband and I are now divorced, but he was American, and I had to support his immigration up here, which meant I had to give up my career. I had been working in theater and film for 15 years, and it's always contract work, right? It's one show at a time. And you can't support somebody's immigration without a regular paycheck. So I actually had to give up my career in order to support him, his mother, who couldn't really walk, and our dog. We ended up getting divorced. His mother passed away. Our dog passed away. And I was still in the job that I had been doing to support all of them, and kind of realized, wait a minute, I don't need to be doing this anymore. I don't need to be making this much money. Actually, it's just me. So I was able to go and work at the Compassion Club, and so I applied for a job there, making significantly less, but it was more my heart. It was at least closer to something that I cared about and that I wanted to do, and everything fell into place from there. Like Desi said again earlier, I have to keep referencing this because it's do the work. It's just a matter of doing the work. When I got to Cam CD, it was sort of like nobody really wanted to do the work at that point. Nobody was really interested in it. Harper had just kind of come in, and he had been talking, had just won re-election, and he had been talking pretty harsh. And, we went from, like, I think 35 dispensaries in the country down to about 20 within the space of a few months. It's the biggest dip that we've really ever kind of seen. And so nobody was really doing the work, so I was lucky. I was, I was doing work that no one else was doing, and now I'm lucky enough to still be doing that with MMJ Canada. And so, yeah, just focus on the work. You don't need to play mean girl games or screw anyone over. There's room for so many people, and there's room for your voice and what you bring to the table as well.
Yeah, the main advice I'd give is take initiative and be assertive with your knowledge. They'll listen if they know it's there, but sometimes we have to prove ourselves a little bit more as women, unfortunately, but I'm hopeful it's changing. Seems to be.
But that kind of thing also just kind of makes us work harder, So there's that way to kind of look at it as well. Oh, sorry.
Do it. That's my advice. Get out and do it. Don't just make up excuses. I have kids, or, I'm afraid of my mom, and get out and do it. You're never going to know if you're going to succeed unless you try. I completely agree with the education. Be knowledgeable before you just go out and do it. But as soon as you have that knowledge, do it. Stop making excuses. And I find that a lot of parents are more nervous because they're afraid of children's aid. And I've dealt with them many times. I still have my child. I'm still in this industry. I have no intentions of leaving it. There goes something else I'm dropping. But get out and do it. Women have been doing that too, as you can see by this panel. I mean, look at the amount of education and knowledge and the titles these women hold. So women are doing it. Just keep doing it. And if you need to find someone who you look up to, find a female in this industry you look up to and ask them how they did it. And they're probably going to tell you they educated themselves and they went out and they did it, and they didn't let anyone stand in their way, and it wasn't because of a guy let them do it, or because they had the skill and the knowledge and they could do it. So get up and do it, please, ladies. We want you here.
Thank you. So I guess, how about, I'm asking you to give advice to women who are just entering the cannabis industry, but what would you share any advice for women who are already there, who maybe see, who are watching the news and are getting really kind of downtrodden and kind of, disappointed with, either the way legalization is progressing or how their company's working, or just kind of the politics or the drama that kind of happens in this cannabis community? Like, do you have any words for them?
Don't give up. I mean, as you would say to anyone in any industry, at times will get hard. Don't give up. If your business isn't going as well as you plan, maybe you need to step back and reevaluate it. Have a friend help you with that. But women in this industry, we have done so much and we have come so far, and this is just such a pivotal time. So I would say, please hang in there. There's so many women doing so many great things, and as you can see, women are banding together and they're doing fabulous things. Lisa in front of me, she's got this amazing market that goes on, her and a couple other women. Am I correct in saying that? Women banding together and doing great things, and they were doing other things before, but then they came together and did, and that's what I recommend. Get together with your friends and make big movements, because of right now is the time changes this industry. And I know we said that last year, and it was, but now it's crunch time. So we just got to get together and use our skills and do the best things we can, make this plant the best it can be in our country, to see it that way in our cities, and for it to be accessible, most importantly.
And don't giving up, also have long-term vision. This is, laws change. This just, that's the whole process. That's the whole thing. They're not going to say, no law works like that. And quite frankly, we've pushed this faster than any legislation in recent memory. I think there's actually, it's like broke some records. The amount of lobbyists that are talking, people are involved, they're interested. It's changing all the time. So have long-term vision. Look to the end of it. There was LCBO, and then there was craft beer. There's room for this to change, and huge. At the end of the day, I kind of step back, and it's just like, and we're selling weed, and we're doing what we want to do. So it's not gonna, so have a long-term vision, and don't give up, and have a strategy, different strategies, have a bunch of different ideas, talk to people about them, communicate. That's the best from this.
Yeah, and in terms of the drama community, just walk away. It doesn't really matter what you're walking away from. If we've all been sort of saying very similar things, where if you just kind of do the work, it will eventually pay off. So the point is, if you're away from something, you're the one that did the work, so you're still going to be able to do the work. So that's actually an important thing to consider. And in terms of government, there's a lot of time for change. There's a lot of people on our side. I mean, there's a dispensary, for example, and talk about Ontario specific example, there's a dispensary in Toronto that had employees unionized. It's not a public employees union, so if you're not talking about a government proposal that's going to say, well, we're going to have government-run stores with the public employees, well, now there's a union that actually has to fight for their members' jobs, which would be against that. We already know, I think it was the Small Business Association of Ontario was against that. So there's still time for debate, there's still time for change, and there's still time to make a difference. And even when it goes through, it's important to realize this was something that we had to keep reminding ourselves in Vancouver when they started doing the dispensary licensing, is that once it's a law, there's a process to change it. There's a process to amend it. Before it's a law, you can't do anything at all. So frankly, no matter how bad the law is, as soon as it's the law, there's a process to amend it and to keep amending it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's never the end. There's always opportunity to make things better, and we'll continue to. I think the main way to do that is, before there was an industry, there was a community, and a lot of us are still a part of it. How do you make a community? Through communication and collaboration. And I think the women in this industry are doing a good job making sure that continues into the industry.
Awesome. Wow. Desi, I couldn't end this more eloquently. So thank you so much, everyone for participating in this panel. It sounds like really all you wonderful ladies got to where you are through resiliency and just gritting your teeth and getting the work done, really communicate with those who you need to work with, both men and women. Really having a vision as to what you do, what you want to accomplish, how you want to see things happen, and really just kind of moving forward and kind of powering through it. And like as Desi said, I mean, cannabis really started as a community, and cannabis continues to build communities, whether it's, passing a joint to someone on the left-hand side, stranger you see on the sidewalk, or, more formal organizations like Women or NORML, or other ways we can get together, because it sounds like it's through like this collaboration and this community and this kind of banding together where we can actually make change. So thank you so much. I hope you guys stick around. We'll have a few more panels, and thank you.
I'm going first.
It's good thing we're Tetris.
I think I got it. Thank you for sharing.
Just practice.
Right?
Wow.
Like, you gotta try and break those every chance you get, right? Oh, I'll fucking cherries all day. I'm gonna just say hi to Tom. That's the plan.
How are you? My name is Ian. Very nice to meet you. I have to, if you don't mind, can I talk for a little bit?
I'm gonna just talk and say hi to
Welcome back to the NORML Conference 2017. Welcome, everybody. We've got Abby Sampson up at the stage. She's going to ask questions to Brittany Guerrera of the CC5. Abby is, of course, the NORML Regional Director of Ontario, and I'll throw it away to them.
Hello. Hi. Hi, everyone. Hey. What's up? I'm a lot more relaxed now that I don't really have to moderate that panel, so I feel a lot better. So up here with me, I have Brittany Guerra. She's so her panel actually is on cannabis entrepreneurship, because I'm not too sure if you guys know, Brittany has done pretty much everything in this industry. You know, she's she's part of the CC5, which she'll tell you more about. Right now, she's also got a little shop in Hamilton, which is dubbed like the new, what do they call it? Like the new Williamsburg or something. Hamilton is super chic now, and she's got a wonderful like cannabis jewelry shop in Hamilton. So she'll tell you about all of her experience. And of course, I'm going to ask her some of the same questions that I did at the women's panel, because I mean, here we have another, woman, female expert here. So, we can all learn from her experience. So, Brittany, this is actually, I think, our first time meeting. So, tell me about yourself.
So, my name is Brittany Guerra. Can you hear? Test. Okay. So, my name's Brittany Guerra. I started in the cannabis industry 10 years ago as the advertising manager of Cannabis Culture magazine. At that point in time, it was after the seed raids of Mark Emery, so we were just an online magazine and a bong shop and a vapor lounge, and it was my introduction into the industry. And I have to say, it was so much fun sitting in my little office. I had to do sales, so I was hounding people, but it was the coolest place to sit and hound people from. And, I was bugging other stoners, so we kind of got on the same level. And I'm like, look, I know that nobody likes telemarketers calling at them, but I'm a cool weed one, so listen to what I have to say. So it was an amazing step into the industry. I loved it so much. I worked there for almost 6 years. They gave me everything I have, so I've always been forever indebted to that company. And then in 2011, I decided to split with Cannabis Culture because I was starting to get more ingrained into the dispensary side of things. Dana Larson has been a huge mentor of mine for a long time, and I was watching what was going on with his dispensary in Vancouver. So I decided to start looking for one in the area. Unfortunately, I found one in Burnaby and opened the Metrotown Medicinal Society that later succumbed to the RCMP 3 months later. Kind of my own fault picking RCMP territory, but it was such a great location. So that was my first step into the dispensary industry, and I got a conditional discharge on that. So bravo to Tusaw Law for freeing me from the hands of the law for a little bit at least. So 2012, I moved home, and merely for a guy actually, and we're married now, so that was I was really happy about that because it was very, very hard to leave Vancouver and all of my friends, my Canada family. I knew some people in the Toronto scene, but it wasn't as familiar to me as Vancouver. So I moved home, and I kind of just sat around in Hamilton for about a year and a half, and I sat and I waited to see if some sort of weed scene would come in to play, knowing that Toronto was starting to boom. And a vapor lounge opened, and then one dispensary opened, and I was like, okay, I'm going to come back out now. So I decided to open Cloud9 Head Shop and Vapor Lounge in 2015. And there's a long story with that, but then I continued on to open the Medicine Cabinet Hamilton, which was my step back into the dispensary scene, and then was later approached by Cannabis Culture to open Cannabis Culture Hamilton. And being a part of the CC5, we all know how well that went. But then from there, my conditions took me away from the dispensaries because I wasn't allowed to be in them. And unfortunately, Cloud9 Hamilton is above the former Cannabis Culture, and there's no separate entrance, so I wasn't allowed to go to my own business either. So that led me to Cannagems, which is a cannabis jewelry store that I opened that's conveniently 5 doors down from the former Cloud9. I kind of, the BIA, I've been a thorn in her side since day one in that area, so I just had to open up a few doors down. And Canna Gems is a beautiful cannabis jewelry. We have our own custom line that I'm not wearing right now, unfortunately, incredibly unprepared. We also carry 20 different glass blowers from all over North America, strictly pendants only, which is a really cool play on the industry. Like, nobody's really stuck to the jewelry side of things altogether. So that's where I am right now at Canna Gems, still owner of Cloud9 Hamilton. Unfortunately, it was shut down temporarily because of an injunction by the city of Hamilton, because when Cannabis Culture closed, it turned into another dispensary once I stepped away from it. And they were selling rec with Cannabis Culture, so the dispensary continued selling recreational after, and the city of Hamilton decided to try and get us with an injunction 3 weeks before yesterday. So when this new law came into play, they kind of jumped the gun a little bit, because if they had waited it out, they would have shut us all down. But the dispensary won the injunction, so the dispensary is legally allowed to sell to medicinal patients right now, while the Vapor Lounge lost the injunction due to zoning. They're saying it's residential. Yeah. Meanwhile, it only has 2 bathrooms in one big room, no kitchen, no anything. So how it's claimed residential is just something. So I applied for zoning, and that's where I stand with everything right now.
There you go. No, that's awesome. So Brittany, what inspired you to get involved with cannabis?
I fell into it. I always loved cannabis. That's 90% of the reason why I moved to Vancouver. One of my friends lived there and then moved home for the summer, and he brought with him this BC Kush that, when you grinded it up, it moved. It was alive. It was the most beautiful thing. I know most of you know what I was talking about, but I was just so blown away by this. And I had I worked at McDonald's and I was currently at the Keg, and I was just drifting through life and wasn't really the happiest. So my friend moved back to BC, and then a couple more went with. Okay, I'm going to go. So I moved $300 in my suitcase, and fortunately I transferred in Vancouver, which was really lucky. But one day I was walking downtown, and there was a Mark Emery extradition rally go on, and me and my friends were all smoking pot all the time, so we smelled it in the air. We're like, hey, what's going on over there? That smells pretty good. So went over, and that's the first time I ever saw Mark him saying goodbye, I'll see you in 5 years or whatever. And I was just listening to what him and Jody said, and it was at Victory Square, which if any of you is culture in Vancouver, it's right across the street. It's a little war memorial area, so they hold a lot of rallies there. And I just kept looking over at cannabis. Sorry, it wasn't at Victory Square. It was at the art gallery. So I just kept looking over at Cannabis Culture, and I'm like, that place would be awesome to work at. I would love to work there. And I walked away from that rally just listening to everything that the Emery said, and Mark going away for seeds. And I'm watching Narcos right now. The fact that the DEA went after Mark Emery for seeds, and they're going after Pablo Escobar and all these people, it just blows my mind after learning all this stuff about what happened in the past. Anyways, back to the story. So he was talking about, going away, and I walked away from that, and I said, I'm going to work for Cannabis Culture. That's going to be my job. I'm going to go there, I'm going to talk to them, and I'm going to work for them. And then 2 days after the extradition rally, the Canadians took Mark into jail in Port Coquitlam. And Jody, I followed them both on Facebook, and Jody posted on Facebook, need help, I need an assistant. Mark's writing letters, and if anybody here knows Mark, he has a lot to say. So these letters are 10 pages long of handwritten letters, and she needed them transcribed to be put on cannabisculture.com. So her status was about there's so many letters, I can't transcribe them all in time, I'm getting overwhelmed. And I was sitting at home, and I just a kick in my stomach. It's go, Brittany, this is you. You need to do this. So I the computer shut, and I ran SkyTrain. It's the subway, but above ground. And I just ran as fast as I could, and I got on that train, and I was downtown in 14 minutes. And I ran into Cannabis Culture, and I stood in front of her, and I said, my name's Brittany, and I'm your assistant. I'm the one who you're looking for. And she's like, well, that's interesting. Tell me a little bit about yourself. So I went on to just say, I love cannabis, and I didn't really have Not that, I love my job and I had a great time there. I didn't have anything for the cannabis industry. I had nothing to input. Like, I love weed. That's what I said. I need to be here. So she's like, okay, have a seat. Pull up to the computer. Let's see how fast you can transcribe letters. And I'm like, okay, cool. I have a great typing average. I'll do fantastic on this. So typing away. 6 hours later, the phone rings. And I only seen Mark the one time at this extradition rally. And you can tell on the phone it was him. And he's like, hi, boo. Jody, how's it going? Mark on the other end. I couldn't hear him, but I'll tell you what he said. He said, hello, Jody. Amanda's here. I've hired her as your assistant. She came to visit, and that's it. And Jody, Mark, I just hired somebody. She's referred me. Like, what do I do? It's like, sorry, you're going to have to let her go. Like, Mandy was in the industry through a few people she's already known. So he hung up the phone. She's like, Brittany, I'm so sorry. Like, you can't work here. Mark hired somebody else. And because they were in jail, it was a separate, like, he wasn't near her, and Mandy went to visit, so he didn't get to talk to her before. And so it was like I won the lottery. It got snatched from me. It was like you had that winning ticket and you checked your numbers and some little one came and stole it and disappeared. Like, that train ride home was the saddest day of my life, for sure. And after that, every day for 2 weeks, I would get up and I would smoke a joint at Cannabis Culture and I would say, hi, Woody, hi, Jeremiah, how are you guys? Like, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like a coffee? Like, just to be friends with these people, because it was just such a cool place. And I left my family in Ontario, so just to be there gave me a sense of home and family, right? So, 2.5 weeks of getting coffee and smoking joints and making friends. Jody called me one day and she said, Brittany, we need an advertising manager, and I feel like you're the perfect person for the job because you sold yourself to us, and we would love to have you. And it was $100 a week salary. The rest was based on commission, and I killed it. Like, it was so much fun. I learned how to talk to people. I became more personable. Not like I've always been a very personable person, but it was an incredible experience. And that was my step in. Like, it was literally a lucky draw, like 1 in a million.
Oh, that's awesome. And it sounds like it really kind of echoes the same journey that the other women on our panel earlier were saying. It's just kind of grit and just showing up and doing it and kind of making friends.
Yeah.
Making friends.
Getting in people's faces.
Okay. So what are some of the biggest challenges working in this industry?
I think, like the other girls mentioned, the law is definitely number one challenge. It's always good to be at a place where you're on the right side of the law. So Canna Gems has been interesting for me because it's the first business that I've owned that doesn't not only break any city bylaws, but no, criminal law at all. So it's my perfect little legal shop, and I love being there, but I never had more fun than I did at the dispensary. So legally is the biggest challenge, definitely.
So women in the cannabis industry, not unlike other industries, face a double whammy of ageism and sexism, and the combination can feel daunting. How do these kind of expectations shape or affect your experiences working in the cannabis industry? And how do you push back or resist this?
The ageism thing, maybe I got a little bit because I'm still a very young face. I'm only 29 years old, and I've been in the industry for 10 years. So definitely when I was, 19, 21, 22, I would be traveling internationally with Jeremiah Vandermeer, and, I don't know, like, if many of you know him, but he's a hilariously fun young man. So when we traveled, it was just like people almost didn't take us seriously because of our age. But now, I'm a known face. I've never had an issue with sexism. I've been very, very, very fortunate. Maybe it's because I'm like more one of the guys than I am a girl, but I've been really lucky in that. The ageism definitely has affected me, but what can you do? People are judging me because I'm a young woman and I have experience in an industry. You should be praising and be proud. It should be an uplifting thing. Like, I know a lot of girls who work, for example, at Cloud9 or at CanaGems or even in the dispensaries that are just so uplifting and proud that I've been here for 10 years and they're like, I can't wait. Like, if I could be your age and do all this stuff, it'll be incredible, you know? So, yeah.
No, for sure. So, Brittany, in male-dominated work environments, do you feel that women need to work harder in order to be respected and validated?
See, that came into like sexism a little bit, where I don't think that I have to work hard. You know, I think that people's work and effort itself. I've never experienced having to stand beside a man and feel like I have to double up and level up my work ethic, because it's always really, really strong, and I want to succeed and I want my staff to succeed. So I've never experienced that, and super fortunate. I just worked at the same level. You know, okay, if Bill Gates, for example, was standing beside me and is $1 billion empire or however many billions and is the hardest worker ever, I might be like, okay, maybe I need to like not get this 5 minutes earlier, be on time. That's my biggest issue.
So, I mean, again, it sounds like you've had some really good experiences in the cannabis industry with having like really supportive male, you know, colleagues and around you. But, you know, same question as I asked the other panel. Can male colleagues be stronger allies and help to improve work environments to make them more inclusive?
You know, again, a hard question. Like, any males that I have been around have done nothing but uplift me and support me and, you know, help me in any way. I don't think that they could improve assisting me in any way. They've all been so good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess your message to the other in this industry who may be supportive would be just to be, hey, supportive.
You know, we're in year 27. I think that if anybody is unsupportive of women at this point in time, they just need to like leave the room. That's my opinion, because we're here, and in America, it's mostly dominated women industry, and women run some of the best cannabis businesses in our scene. So anybody who does that, just like, don't even talk to me.
So how can we build an inclusive cannabis industry for people of color, indigenous people, and the LGBTQ communities, as well as women?
Hire them. Hire everybody. Never discriminate against any person, ever. All of my businesses have had a very diverse employee, I don't know, ratio? I don't know what you say. It's always been very diverse. We've had people of color. Like, why discriminate against color? So my best in inclusive industry is hire them and base them on their performance and their work ethic. Don't ever judge anybody because their color or their sexual preference, like anything, any imperfection, or never judge a book by its cover or its interior. Everybody has hearts, and there's no reason to ever discriminate. So you want it to be inclusive, you get everybody in there. Never judge a book by its cover, and hire anybody you can.
So what advice would you give women who are trying to begin their cannabis careers? You know, all those women who you're meeting now, and they're like, oh, I can't believe that you're doing all this stuff and you're only 29. So what kind of advice do you give them?
Well, be patient, because it doesn't happen overnight. I had to work in cannabis culture for a long time and earn my stripes, you know, because a job like that, you have to remember, I feel like any job in the cannabis industry, there's somebody, like every door that you go through, there's somebody right behind waiting for your job. So no matter what you do, you have to kill it, because you won't survive. The strong survive. So yeah.
Keep going at it.
Oh.
And be patient.
Yeah, keep going. Give up, and just know that there's somebody behind you that wants your job.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So the last question I ended the other panel on, kind of what advice would you give to women in this industry who are already here and who might have been disappointed by the news yesterday, or who, are or
I have a couple stuff that were very, very yesterday, and the hardest thing I find about my current position is having the weight of all my stuff on my shoulders, and I feel like I can never be the one that gets upset. Like if I have to have a mental breakdown, it happens behind closed doors in front of all the people around me, because I'm their leader, but they look to me for moral support and answers to these difficult things. And when I started my career, we were in the ominous crime bill Stephen Harper days. So times were a lot darker back then. Mark was our extradited for 5 years for seeds. The thing about this industry is it's never the same. It's the most evolving industry of any other industry that I've ever been in. The amount, for example, when Cannabis Culture Hamilton was open, the amount of change we had from 1 week to the next in structure, in stability, you never know what's going on around the corner. It's like one of those books that you read where it's like, if you want to turn left, turn to page 72. If you want to go right, turn to page 47. You don't know. Keep fighting. To live in a time, okay, I don't support the government stores at all. To live in a time where your kid's 17 years old and gets caught with a dime bag or whatever they want, all their illegal pot. It's like when I was a teenager, I got an underage drinking ticket. I signed the ticket. I didn't tell my mom. I paid it. Have a good day. I had a criminal record when I was 17 years old because of, these kids are we're saving them. What we've done has saved them. Yes, it's flawed. Yes, it needs to change, but everything changes. And in the LCBO, it took forever for us to get liquor into grocery stores, but there's liquor in grocery stores now. And also, it can change 4 years with an election, or every 2 years with a provincial act. Nothing is permanent. It could be illegal 4 years, and we'd have to start all over again from the same battlegrounds that we were at. So, put on a brave face. Don't be afraid of what's coming. I told one of my staff who was really bummed out, I'm like, first of all, we're very fortunate to even have done what we've done for the last few years. Cannabis Culture Hamilton, I have no regrets. It was probably the best time of my life, I'll say that for sure. So far, and I didn't know I kind of knew what was going to happen, right? You can't say you didn't know what was going to happen, but I didn't worry about it. If you put yourself in that position, be brave, because everybody's looking at you and everybody's watching. And now with the former Cannabis Culture is now Hamilton Village Dispensary. And as I said, they won the injunction against the city of Hamilton, an interim injunction. So what happened was the city went to court on the 22nd of August. And they wanted us to close that day. So the head of licensing was there. And I had emailed this guy probably 15 times. Hey, can we meet? I'd love to talk to you about dispensaries. And he completely skirted me. Marijuana dispensaries are illegal. We will not license. No, I will not give you a meeting. And then the first time I see him is at our injunction. Hello, Ken. So nice to meet you finally. Trying to shut me down. But, he did shut Cloud9 down. They got that. But once recreational store that was a target to, at that time, this cross-country raids in history, everybody thought it was over. That's it. I was sitting in that cell, and I was like, that was fun. That was one for the books. What a great story I have to tell. And lo and behold, the store was open while I was in the cell, James, pulling the signs down, following every condition that I had to adhere to. And here we are 6 months later, and that may be the only legal dispensary in Ontario. And could you ever predicted that to happen? There's been so many days that could have possibly been doomsdays, and it keeps going. So don't be afraid.
Awesome. Brittany, thank you so much. It seems like through your experiences, the key message is like, be fucking resilient. Be there.
Yeah.
Keep showing up.
Shine, guys. Like
Yeah.
everybody goes through stuff. Like you can have all of the money in the world, you can have everything you could possibly ever want, but you still get upset. So no matter what, just remember that there are people in this world going through worse than you. If you're in my situation, you put yourself in that situation. So you can't like it'll be all good. Like I'm so confident in our industry and I'm so confident where everything goes. Yeah.
When are you guys going to release some of the transcripts of what's going on in court?
Well, right now there's a publication ban, so it's nothing interesting at all. Like, it's so boring, and whether I can speak on this or not, I don't really care. But like their case is shit. So they base most of their case off of social media. So, like that's what they got. So, yeah. Does anybody else have questions? No? Cool.
All right, cool. Thanks so much, Brittany.
No worries.
Brittany Guerra.
Hey guys, we're going to break now until 2 o'clock with Allison Gordon on navigating businesses into the legal cannabis market.
I love Nick. We're really good friends.
Yeah, he was the MC for our wedding.
Really, eh? Yeah, friends. I shop in his store.
Hi. How you doing? Yeah? What?
Hi, Pod TV. What's up? It's me, Craig X. We're back at Vapor Central. As you saw, the stream is still continuing because starting and stopping the stream is too much of a pain in the ass, and we have to create new codes and all that sort of shit. So bear with us. The next speakers come back at 2 o'clock, so I'm back here to check with that. So we can't have a lot of music playing in the background as well, too, because otherwise it'll get hit for a copyright restriction, right? So we're just muting the audio during the breaks. There's more speakers coming back at 2. I'm sure you heard a little bit of an announcement, but that's the latest. We were just down at the grounds. If you want, you can go check my Instagram page and the Cannabis Life Facebook page. We've been broadcasting all that, and stay tuned for more coverage down from 512 Church and here at Vapor Central. I'm Craig X. Stay tuned, Pod TV. More to come. Good afternoon, everybody. How are you? Can you hear me okay? Or maybe can I get a little more on my phone? I don't know. I can't hear myself. We're good? Okay, great. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the North Canada Speakers Panel here at the Karma Cup 2017. My name is Craig Eck. I'm from Expert Joints, Cannabis Life Network, Pot TV, all sorts of shit. You see me running around. I did a 3-hour stream here yesterday. They've had a bunch of speakers and panelists up here earlier this morning. We've been streaming it all on Pot TV and Facebook. That's right. That's what the other one is. Facebook with the cannabis culture. Having a great time. Thank you all for watching, who've been tuning in. We have to mute between because of copyright. We don't want to get any music in the background hit. So thank you for bearing with us. It's now time to unmute your systems or turn the volume back up, turn it way up. We're going to get started just soon. The next panel will be right up. So stay tuned and thank you for participating in the Karma Cup 2017. Hey, everybody. Whoa, that was hot. So, just so y'all know, the little bit of a delay in the speaker panel, or the speaker who's supposed to be up here right now, we're not 100% sure if she's coming. Haven't heard from her in a little while. So that's the latest. We're trying to find. I think Tracy Curley ran out with some French fries and is leaving a trail back here. Hopefully they'll be picked up and found. I don't know, but if we can get our next speaker a hold of them, and Allison Gordon, if anybody knows where she is, she's probably at the hotel sleeping. I don't know. Maybe she's at the grounds. I have no idea. Anyway, she's supposed to be up here speaking right now, but as you can see, it's me. So yeah, boo. Boo. Get the guy off stage, fuck him. We didn't pay to see you, jackass. Hey. Right. Regardless, what's going to happen, though, at 3 o'clock, the next panel will be up there, and we'll continue with that. So if Allison shows up, we'll pick up where we left off. Otherwise, stay tuned. The next folks are at 3 o'clock. This is sort of an update for Pot TV and Facebook and Cannabis Culture, all the people who are watching online and don't know why they're not watching the speaker. Well, it's because the speaker's not here. So as soon as they show up, we'll pick up the stream back again. And yes, we have to mute it. There's no audio when we're not talking because they got music playing here. And that'll get picked up in the stream, and we'll get copyright, and then this video will go away completely. And we can't keep starting it and stopping and starting and stopping it, because then how do you keep following that fucking feed the whole day? So we're letting it roll. Facebook, we'll be back at 3 o'clock for our next speaker. And YouTube, we're still playing. So chill out, hang out with us all day. We'll be doing this till 7 o'clock Eastern or so. Lots of speakers, lots of folks to come through. For more information on the lineup, go to thekarmacup.com and go to the info area. We got lots of folks in the house. We got my man Al Robinson in the place to be. What's up, Tweedle, in the place to be? What's going on, everybody? Everlasting's in the spot. We're all having a good time. If you're around, come on down. Join us here at Vapor Central today and tomorrow. You can get tickets for the Karma Cup. You can get tickets to come on down here. Or 512 Church. Go check out that exhibit, too. We have DJ NDN and all sorts of things happening tonight and awards tomorrow. So if you're watching online, come on down. Join us. If you're here, well, sit tight. As soon as we get someone up here to entertain you, that'll be that. For now, Music Man, do what you gotta do.
Kevin Ferret. Oh, sorry, not here. Jose Dominguez from Canveda. Matt Rod from 7 Acres. Take it away, Jack.
So it's my great pleasure to present the Growers panel, which should be a fantastic panel at the NORML conference this year. And so part of what's really exciting is that massive changes are happening as far as how cannabis law for growers is changing. And so part of my questions, we're going to go through with each of these growers, we're going to talk about sort of how the law is changing and also sort of what effect that has on how cannabis is cultivated in Canada. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a question, and then each of my panelists is going to offer their response, and we'll go through my list, and then at the end we'll have questions. So we're very fortunate to have this group of growers here today. So the first question is, what effect does plant limit have on a craft cannabis grower? Does it foster innovation, or does it inhibit efforts to produce better plants through growing and breeding practices? Or is the answer somewhere in between? And so we're really fortunate because we have growers licensed through the ACMPR with as licensed producers, and also growers with MMAR, Allard protected MMAR licenses, and personal or designated grower licenses. So some great issues that we're going to raise, and take it away. We'll start with Marcus, I think.
Sure. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for coming and checking out the panel. I guess my reply would be that nowhere in Canada in the agricultural community are there plant limits placed on any single agricultural product that we grow. So why would we have them for cannabis? Obviously, it's a leftover. It's a leftover of prohibition. It's them trying to change into this new paradigm, new mechanism that's going to exist in Canada. But the bottom line is, and this same question came up in Jamaica. I have a company there as well. And one of the gentlemen from the Minister of Agriculture said, we need to have limits. We need to make it so only everyone that wants to grow can only grow an acre. Gotta love Jamaica, eh? Only an acre. So pretty good plant limits, but nonetheless limits. And so, my partner in Jamaica worked in the agricultural community for 40 years, John Sayers, and he got up right away and just said, listen, we do not put limitations on agricultural products. That's not how agriculture works. So I think that it's a huge hindrance and that it's merely left over from prohibition, and it will not possibly last.
And actually, just to interject, do you feel, I know, say with a product like wheat or grain in areas like Aberdeenshire in Scotland has the highest concentration of grain per acre because they don't have a lot of space that's viable for growing. I'm not sure exactly the reason, but they're growing a lot of grain on a very small amount of land. Do you foresee, and actually this is very interesting for all three of you, what are your thoughts? If you have limited space, can you maximize production with plants in an outdoor grow?
Limited space, maximize your production.
If you only have an acre.
You know what? Yes, and I kind of want to come at this question a little bit differently. The real hindrance is that this is a plant that produces essential oils. Okay, this is an essential oil secreting plant, and essential oils express themselves through a multitude of things. They express themselves through variables, which are environmental, and the people that are taking care of those plants, and then they express themselves through their genetic diversity and through the actual potential that the genetics have available. So when you put variables and you put genetic potential together, you produce these essential oils. Now, in the world of essential oils, lavender, for an example, the best lavender in the world, this is coming from the essential oil community, is generally found in France. There's a second lavender that grows in Germany that's close, and they don't really know why, but it's because of the variables. It's because of the altitude, it's because of the temperature of the air, it's because of the soil and the makeup. It's because of more things than we can possibly even understand, and cannabis is going to be no different. So trying to maximize as much as you can in one specific area won't be the most important thing that we really want to discuss. It'll be finding the best places in the world to grow the most unique terpene expressions. That's sort of, I just wanted to change it a little bit and answer it in that way, because I feel that trying to just pack a bunch of plants and grow a product, and what I mean by terpenes and the importance of the terpenes is most people's cannabis is in the 1% terpene profile. So if you took the pound of cannabis, you get maybe 1% of terpenes. People that win a lot of these cups, like down at the Emerald Cup and High Times and Karma, they may have plants in the 2 to 3% terpene range. But there are companies now breeding cultivars that are in 5 to 10% terpene range. That is extremely loud. That's like having your stereo on full blast with really high-end speakers. So I think that's going to be the more important thing. Do we want to grow McDonald's, or do we want to produce something that's actually medicine?
That's great, Marcus, and I'd just like to expand off that. You know, as we look through these genetics, I think plant numbers only serve limitations-wise to plant numbers serve to limit us for our genetic expressions. When we plant lots of seeds, it's very difficult to find, you know, those perfect terpene profiles and those very loud expressions when you only have 4 plants, 8 plants to go through. So, not to mention, we have to keep mother plants, you know, once find varieties that work for us, and I think plant numbers further, you know, stop us from being able to do this. So, I think while there's innovation that's definitely fostered from only having 4 plants and being able to maximize production, there's no guarantee that the phenotype I give to you is going to work well in your environment and give you the terpene expression the way you grow it that you want. And in order to find that, you're going to have to put down a lot of seeds, and you're going to not be able to do that if you're limited by plants.
Tell them the number of seeds, though. When he says a lot, tell them. 10,000?
So the number of seeds, you know, if we look at a Punnett square and we genetics, then let's say we're isolating for 5 traits, then we'd be going at over 1,000 plants. So 1,060 exactly. If we were looking for recessive traits, we'd have to go through just to find that one that expresses all 5 of those recessive genes.
And that's 5.
That's 5. That's 5. What happens if we want to focus on a dozen or 30 or 100, you know, different expressions, right? So currently, we're finding genetic expressions are very skewed towards end patient, right? Our consumption and the terpene profiles, the potency, but you know, we also have to remember there's a lot of variables in the production environment that we could optimize as well.
Yeah, so definitely I think Marcus had a good point that those limits are set to actually kind of control in our leftovers from prohibition. And I totally agree with Matt also because, you know, like the more if for example, for the selection, if you wish your kid to become president of the United States, I mean, you better have a lot of every year or every trimester, you know, right? So
future, do you think?
I really think it's going to happen. I always say to some of my friends that look at the, you know, alcohol prohibition, for example, like when they legalized alcohol, they didn't open bars the next morning. No, exactly. You know, it took time. The same thing happened, I think, with the wine industry. You know, for the home breweries and stuff, some provinces are obviously harsher than other ones. I come from Quebec, so we can have booze everywhere, but in some province, you know, it's tightly regulated. And I think it's to the public, and it's a social fight that we need to have to say we're responsible enough to take care of this ourselves, right?
I find that really interesting, a focus on yield as just one factor in the panoply of things you look at. And do you think that there will be, 10 years from now, there will be a focus on yield? Or do you think that the focus is going to, as Marcus mentioned, a focus more on terpenes, on various...
Well, I think more the people get, you know, access to great grown cannabis. I mean, they obviously learn, just like, you know, alcohol. A few people know how to, you know, make the difference between a very good wine or a generic wine and stuff. So I think the market's going to drive us there. I don't think like the regular, you know, quality will be what will be driving. I think there will be a very close evolution to what you can see in wine, because that's basically the same thing, you know. For example, in the cigarette, you want the same brand, same taste every time. But in the wine, you want to explore those flavors and those aroma terpenes and strength of cannabis. And I think that's truly where it's going to go. You know, maybe in 5 or 10 years from now on, everything will be set in place, I believe, because it's a new thing that the general public has to also make their point on. But you know, about production, for giving an example, having won quite a few cups myself, not all genetics that I grow are massive producer or easy to grow. You know, sometimes you get that winner that you say, okay, I'm getting nightmares and headaches to grow that strain, but this is the only one that came up like this with that particular terpenes or strength or something like this, right? So it's definitely only one trait, and I think it's one out of, like you said, 4 or 5, 6, depending on what your focus is on.
And so this leads quite well, actually, into a question that's focused largely for licensed producers. What effect does the scale have, although everyone can answer it, what effect does scale have on breeding? So if you're able to grow an unlimited number of plants, does it foster... So essentially a focus on scale and breeding, so unlimited plant counts and breeding, and then scale and cultivation practices, which we covered previously. So do you think that it fosters good growing and breeding practices and quality products, or is it just a bigger room for error?
To have limitations or to have no limitations?
No limitations.
No limitations for breeding are absolutely 100% essential. It cannot be any different way. What Matt was just saying in regards to 1,000+ plants, that is the minimum amount of cannabis plants you would require to maintain genetic diversity. But most breeders don't want to go with the minimum of genetic diversity. So you can easily plant, like for instance, we have a project we're doing in Jamaica. We're going to be breeding the lion back into Jamaica. Jamaica has no lions in the jungle. Metaphorically, they're all kittens. They get attacked by molds. You have North American and European growers who thought it was a good idea to take cultivars from the Afghan region where molds and mildews don't exist because it's so dry and humid, and taking those to exotic locations close to the equator where it's very humid and very hot, and mold just kills these plants. Well, we're going to be bringing 50,000 to 75,000 haze by haze seeds, and we'll plant all of them. And then our breeder will go through and he'll pick the traits that he's looking for amongst 50,000 to 75,000 plants. And I can promise you, the plants that get produced from that will seemingly, in this day and age, because prohibition has affected us in such a monstrous way, it's erased terpenes from our profiles that we don't see anymore. We've lost valuable cannabinoid profiles. Not lost, let's say misplaced. Landrace strains still exist. They're still there. Old school guys have these collections, the stewards of these plants that have been holding on to them. But, I mean, the short answer is absolutely not. You can't have plant limits on breeding. That's so absurd.
So I'm not a breeder myself, but definitely, like, when it comes only just to pheno-selecting, a plant, the more chance you have to select, the better it is. So if you select, let's say, one plant out of 500, it's probably going to be a good plant, and you're going to say, well, that's one of 500. If you get one out of 2,000, you may get that one that you didn't get before. And like Marcus said, with all these, people bringing genetics here and there, like you said, from Afghanistan to the tropical places and stuff like this. I mean, we almost lost CBD at one point with this in the recreational market of seeds, because what on the underground market, everything was striving out of the high you would get out of the marijuana. So when you got a CBD strain, which doesn't get you high and actually almost makes you less high than you were, it was automatically discarded before the science got into it, right? So since the years 2007, 8, 9, when you first start to see canatonics and then all these things, it was literally start to breed in again all those genetics, and that's something we could have lost with limits of plants on selections and for breeding purpose.
I just want to add one thing to that. It was the Ukrainians, Goroborodko from the Institute of Bast Fiber in the 90s, who was told he was actually told in the 80s, maybe the late 70s, the DEA said get rid of THC or get rid of hemp. And he created a simple litmus test for walking through his fields, and if it turned purple, it had THC in it, he pulled the plants. They were very much responsible for the lowest THC plants on the planet. 0.01% was the Zola tenosha from the 90s, and that was the first hemp that we grew across Canada in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Ontario. But that cultivar, CBD started appearing out of it, and once you start breeding THC out or lowering the numbers, other cannabinoids magically appear.
So I think I'll go a slightly different way with this question, just to take it in a new direction. Definitely everything my colleagues are saying about scale, it's essential for breeding. And what I've experienced working at a couple of licensed producers, some of the largest in the company, and setting up systems for them, is the ability for collaboration and interdisciplinary skill sets, right? And what I mean by this is bringing in scientists, being able to work with internationally renowned breeders like DNFM, and bringing them into these scaled, well-designed environments, and being able to work with, scientists to be able to accomplish these great objectives. So for me, that's been one of the biggest advantages of the ACMPR, having a licensed producer and being able to breed at scale.
And so on to question 3. So mold, contaminants, heavy metals, pesticides, etc., and cannabis. Is this issue being overblown, or is there a serious concern both from LP cannabis and from MMAR, gray market cannabis gardeners? Where does the blame lie, and how do we fix it?
Is it being overblown? Well, if you're someone that uses cannabis for maybe anxiety or like headaches or something, it might not be overblown. But if you're someone who has a catastrophic illness that's going to end your life, like Lewis-Gastro syndrome or something that's extremely sensitive, like Crohn's, it means a lot. It makes a huge difference. Certain people are extremely sensitive to toxic molds, microbials, pesticides. Part of the problem in our industry is that a ton of the industry right now, because we're desperately clinging on to the prohibition dollar that was once how many of us paid for our mortgages and our homes and everything, and it's hard to kind of let that prohibition profit go, and a great way to hold on to it is to turn all your shitty weed into distillate and put fruit terps in it and throw it into a pen and sell it to patients. But unfortunately, pesticides have the same molecular weight as cannabinoids. And when you short path molecular distillation, you're separating out by molecular weight. And when those two things have the same molecular weight, what do you think you end up with in the end product? You end up with a concentrated poison that is even more damaging than the cannabis itself. So I personally don't think it's overblown. I think the more we focus, if you're selling to patients, if your whole thing is patients, then make it as clean as possible. I mean, we do it with food.
Yeah, I think you're dead right, Marcus, on it, because I've seen lately, like, sometimes desperate parents actually looking for either more affordable price or getting short out of the LP oil for their kids, and looking at dispensaries having those often untested product or tested for THC, CBD. Yeah. Where's the contaminant results on that thing? And I think, for me, I call it like kind of, the snake oil sellers and stuff like this. I mean, if the product has to go to a patient that, like you say, anxiety, nightmares, or PTSD, you can grow it in your backyard, and you're probably not going to make your condition worse because you're overall out of this, in the body healthy. But someone who has a late stage cancer, or someone who has HIV and is getting in the end of his life, I mean, you don't want to make his life worse by slowly contaminating him with some ornamental pesticide that you bought at the hydro store and stuff like this. I mean, that's where the ethic has to be regulated at one point, because if you just trust the ethic of people, I mean, we all know some people that are unethical, right? So, I mean...
I always ask the question, who would pay taxes if they didn't have to?
So as a patient myself, I think we all deserve contaminant-free cannabis. We should demand it. We all deserve it. And that being said, I'm very happy to say that when Health Canada came knocking at 7 Acres, we submitted a bunch of samples. They came into the vault, and we tested clean. So I'm very proud to say that. There's been far too many recalls in the industry, and I'm just happy to say, we haven't been involved with that. I think the key is education. I think the key is education around integrated pest management for growers, and educating growers about the options with beneficials and the option with organic options that are available to them to control their crops from pests, funguses, and different diseases and viruses that can afflict their production.
And we've also found now that, the Emerald Cup was really responsible for this last year. It was an unbelievable thing where organic farmers were failing myclobutanol tests, and they learned that myclobutanol is passed on through seeds and through clones. That thing is genetic. You spray that on your plants, you grow it up, and you give clones to an organic grower. Their flower will pass, their concentrates will fail. This is a big conversation that needs to happen in our community.
Yeah, because like from the unregulated market that actually design our industry right now, everyone going in the hydro store has access to ornamental, like I said, pesticide, fungicides, and stuff. I mean, the most important right now, because there's no like educational centers, for saying about this. Educate yourself about like the safe way to protect your crop instead of taking the short path and say, oh, I'm gonna spray this, I'm gonna save the
Eagle
crop,
20,
right? Yeah.
Nova 40. I think we should call them by name, right? Like, no point in dancing around it. If you see these products in someone's grow, question the grower, right? We shouldn't be using them.
That leads actually quite well into a question for all of you. So we're faced now with a situation where growers may be moving from large indoor hydroponic grows to outdoor greenhouse organic grows. And I think an important question to ask is what your opinions are on organic versus nutrient-based cultivation practices, and can large-scale cultivators go organic? Is that possible? Should they? And what value does maximizing yield through careful nutrient regimens have in an atmosphere where you can grow as many cannabis plants as you want?
Well, I'm not really very much experienced with, pure organic method about growing. I normally would use like, for example, BioCanna, which is an organic full recipe soil and liquid nutrient. I think there's good to change to organics, but in the purpose of commercializing a product and to have stable and standard result over and over again. I'm a big believer of going of all hydroponic in those systems, definitely. And I think if you look at the quality standpoint, like the organic will work as magic in the plant, but how could I say it? What dictate the quality of the product is often the care you give it and the climate. The climate is the most important thing. It will prevent a lot of the problems during the grow, and it actually will help expressing the best of the plants you're growing. So for the nutrient brand or system or method to grow, I think it's really a personal choice at that point.
Please. For large-scale cultivation, I think there's been a few licensed producers that have done it successfully. They're currently doing it successfully, and they've managed to find themselves certified by different governing bodies like EcoCert. I don't think we have an OMRI certified LP yet. So it's great, and it can be done at scale, but at what scale, right? We have licensed producers building greenhouses at over 1 million square feet right now, and we have to remember that one of the most important criteria of the medicine we give our patients is consistency. And when you have to mix the soil yourself, it becomes a full-on secondary business activity, right? There's a lot that goes into making regulated soil, and at that size, to find an organic producer that can supply licensed producers at this time, the consistency just isn't available to you for an off-the-shelf option.
To me, it boils down to money, and it boils down to integrity, and it boils down to choice. And just like food, there's always going to be organic, and there's always going to be chemical. And a lot of people that don't buy organic food don't do it because they don't want to. They can't fucking afford it. And so when you have chemicals subsidizing industries that make things seem cheaper while costing more on healthcare and on our environment, it's a bit of an illusion. For me, I think large-scale organic growing is 100% possible. I love the idea of bacteria on the roots, on living soils, on teas, producing a living bacteria and a living microenzymes that are growing all over the plant that basically they cover the roots, they cover the entire plant, and they help the plant fight against disease and pests, and they help the plant express itself genetically. Then unless you're creating those symbiotic relationships, you'll never get it from just feeding it a 3-part food. That being said, you can't just get rid of 3-part foods and all of the non-organic methods of growing, because those are choices, and how we've set our system up is that people use their money to make their choices. I just hope that they don't have to sacrifice their integrity while they're doing it.
And actually, what are your thoughts now? We're at this landmark moment as a country where every household is going to be able to grow 4 plants in their backyard if they want. What are your thoughts? If you were looking at it and they said, how do I grow these 4 plants? How would you tell them to do it?
Well, I think, being new in the licensed producer system, there's a lot of regulation when it comes down to production in the intent of selling to the masses or to the patient. But I definitely, if you want to give it a try home, you should definitely experiment with organic, and you're not really regulated in the sense of what you're going to put in your plant. Just like I was saying about pesticides, no one's going to show up at your place and say, hey, you shouldn't do that on your plant. It's all about education and making sure that people care about their own health, like McDonald's 3 times a day, and some people will want to experiment and know more about it. That's actually where I'm from. I try to separate what the unregulated that were shortcuts like different nasty pesticide and fungicide, and said, okay, I'm gonna go that way and keep going forward to make sure that I just produce something that I'm proud to put my name on, So I think at that point when it's for you, you will have the choice, but I would definitely encourage to go with professional feeding systems or brands that are proven to be efficient, and being able to be leached out of the plants after. A lot of people still buy Miracle Grow 2020 when they know there's a bad ink in there that keeps your plant. So of course it looks healthy. But I mean, it's all about personal choice. If you get something that's going to harm you as less as possible, or you just don't care because the only thing you want is not to buy it from someone else. So I think it's really a personal, but I hope everyone starts to educate itself more and do it the proper way for themselves, just like eating.
I 100% supporting, and I think everyone should try it at one point in their lives because it's an extremely rewarding experience to cultivate your own medicine. I highly recommend it. That being said, I'd like to see more availability for genetics. I am genetically biased, but I would like to see more availability for genetics for Canadians that are allowed to cultivate their 4 plants. I'd like to even see a niche business model like we have with apple trees, where we could exploit only having 4 plants by grafting varieties onto a strong root base, grab like a critical mass, rootstock or something really strong, and find a couple that have very similar structure, flowering time, and can do a dog and OG on the same bush, and But I would encourage Canadians to stay under 1 meat because apparently, we're going to have to be scrogging our plants and really good at trellising and LST, and that's my advice.
I would say much the same thing. I wouldn't really tell anyone that there's a specific best way for an individual to grow plants for themselves. But what I would say is that it is a wonderful rabbit hole that goes extremely deep, and it teaches you so much about yourself. It teaches you so much about, the way you take care of your body. I mean, cannabis is teaching so many people that are now like, oh, it should be organic and it should be grown this way, and I don't want it processed any other way than this, and I only use it in these special tools that are really like rated for this, that, and the other thing. But then they're eating cheeseburgers and like the lowest quality food they're putting into their body, and then they're watching the lowest quality news, and those are also things that you put into your body. And for me, cannabis and growing cannabis in particular really opened up my world to like planting food and learning about food and organics. And hey, if I don't want this in my lungs, why would I want it in my stomach? So.
And so that leads quite well actually into the next question, which is, so what if every house has 4 plants in the backyard and every house has 1 male plant? Do you think we're going to start seeing wild cannabis more frequently? And if so, would you foresee that some sort of stabilized, not land race, but some sort of stabilized wild strain might emerge, hypothetically, and what would it look like, just based on pollen simply being dispersed and finding female plant seeds being developed?
Well, I think that's maybe something you're going to see more in the country, because from my understanding of the last station I've seen in Quebec, like they're not crazy about the idea of having the outdoor 4 plants right in the middle of a townhouse, right? So I think maybe more in the country you're going to see something like this for my particular case, from what I can talk. But I think any biodiversity added to cannabis is something that's going to be good, because we need more and more. As more we learn, more that we discover things that we science side. So, I think it's a good thing, honestly, if something like this happened.
I have a hard time thinking that a land race will arise from all of that human interaction. But something unique could for sure. I'm not as worried about male plants. We were a little worried when we started growing hemp in Canada, and people were like, oh, the plants are going to pollinate everyone's. I love how people are an expert on things they know nothing about. The plants are going to pollinate everyone's plants. Well, we've never seen that. That hasn't been a problem. They said it in Jamaica too. Oh, you can't grow plants in Jamaica. We just grew a fucking 8,000 plants, 5 to 7 feet tall, not a seed to be found on a single one of them. You can do it. Possible. Just pay attention.
I agree with Marcus. I think it'll be supported by a shift utilizing auto-flowering and feminized varieties. I think there's already been a shift in the genetics we're purchasing, and I think this is going to continue trending in this direction, and males are going to be less and less common. I really do.
What about hemp farms? So do you think hemp farmers have cause for concern that their low THC varietals are suddenly going to start popping up with much, much higher THC levels because a neighbor has got a male plant?
No, hemp farmers should be celebrated. They changed the way everyone thinks about cannabis. The minute hemp started growing in Canada, dispensaries opened up a few years later. They would never have opened up prior to that. Hemp changed the way people think.
I don't think hemp farmers have a particular cause for concern, to be honest.
And so I'm going to focus now on essentially what do you guys together think are the top 5? We are running a little bit. The top 5 innovations have occurred in the world of cannabis gardening because so much of the innovation in agriculture came from our community doing things under cover of darkness per se. But how much of that, like what are the top 5 innovations that have happened?
I'll start it off. Sorry. I picked something that was related to breeding, not specifically to cultivation, and I'd like to, give props to Mr. Soul from Brothers Grimm, who kind of revolutionized, how we play with hybrids by introducing us to the tubing process, right? I think he really took it into mainstream by, familiarizing a 3-time back cross to be able to standardize a variety very quickly, and it's a quick way to, continue a line.
I would say one big, obviously 12-12 was the biggest. Once people figured out how to cut the flowering cycle and actually bud the plants, before that, growing, these exotic cultivars from Colombia and Jamaica and Mexico that they were flowering, they were just growing leaf. So 12-12 is definitely the number one, but another one that's big is extracting, making, oil making, because this got people to look at the plant instead of the vegetative growth and the flowering period. Got people to look at the cannabinoid profile, the terpene profile, and the actual weight of the glandular trichome heads. So I think focusing on the resin was a big deal because lest we just grow the plant for the resin.
Yeah, I think Marcus has a good point there. Without some science to it, mostly growers will focus on taste, productivity, and the flower looks and stuff. But same thing that was going on with the CBD, where people were trying to discard. People may discard sometimes like flowers that contain something that is totally crazy and they're not aware about. So yeah, definitely the extraction is something like it never ceases to amaze me. Like every product that people invent with, adding like the distillates and all these things, they come with multiple in action, like with the terpenes separated from Blue Rivers and stuff like this, and other companies around that Trinity Terpenes and all these guys trying to people by giving them an experience. You get a dab of distillate and you always figure that the terpenes is actually what gives you the high, right? So a lot of people, but for example, one of my stronger effect couchlock strain has quite low THC, but has crazy terpenes amount, and it's actually what the effect you have on the weed. So it's all that science that's behind the extraction and the trichomes, I think, and what's inside the plant is really changing our world right now, because that's the future of either pharmaceutical medicine standardized out of cannabis, or just straight discovering like small, like you discover wine tasting.
And so I think coupled with that is the mainstream availability of gas chromatographs and HPLC technology, and just coming down in price to the point now where we can get lab analysis and have our terpenes and our cannabinoids identified for a couple $100s in a lot of cases, right? So having this readily available to us, I think, changes the way we select plants, changes the cultivars we grow, how we grow them, and
like the invention of the GPS. You all of a sudden have like a better clue of where you're going.
You actually know what it is you're using. Imagine before it was like, oh, that's just the OG Kush. It's like, yeah, but what is it? What's the profile?
And also you can identify some of these without a lab when you say, oh, that smells remind me. It's that kind of effect, probably, and often you're right on.
And so that's almost an implicit argument for storefront dispensaries, in that individuals need to smell what they're purchasing. Is that unique to cannabis? They need to smell it before they buy it. Is that fair to say?
I would only add that, not necessarily. Certain people absolutely will want it. It should be an option. You should be able to smell it. But one that has a specific ailment, that has gone very specifically, knows what terpenes they require, knows what cannabinoids they require, they're going to be accurate to the dosing. And that could honestly be, the more accurate you want to get, the more you're forced into the sort of monomolecular medicine, which is, earlier when I shit on distillate, I shit on the negative aspect of it. There's a positive aspect of distillate, of molecular separating out cannabinoids to specific accurate doses, because when you have a form of epilepsy, the slightest variable in the profile will cause you more seizures instead of less. That's extremely important to make sure that person is getting absolutely accurate dosage of exactly the profile and cannabinoids that it says is on that product.
Yeah, predictability with standardization, so you can treat the same symptoms over and over again, is definitely the key for this.
Yeah, I think personally, I stood up on a panel a couple months ago beside the president of OPSU, and I believe that it is a product that should be interacted with organoleptically, right? I think the way it smells, the way it looks, the way our sensory responds to it, I think it's important to patients to be able to experience that. I think rec market, that's open, but as a licensed producer, we're agnostic, with our wholesale model about who we sell to. We have a wholesale model where if we're available, we hope we have good retailers to be able to provide our product to, but all...
You know what? It's once again the prohibition of anything. So, we're not allowed. Obviously, civil disobedience. There's a gazillion dispensaries, but it's a full-on war. And when they start these stores, and I'm not against stores. A lot of people thought I was against them. They were like, "Oh, there's 150 stores up in Ontario." I'm like 150 access for people will have access to cannabis. I wouldn't waste a minute fighting against any of that, and I would not waste my time, but spend my time fighting for dispensaries' rights. You don't have to fight against the 150 stores that are coming in to fight for dispensaries. So I think a lot of people have a hard time making that sort of call.
And do you think that with standardization and reliability in genetics, do you think that will stifle innovation, or does innovation in our genetics just take it becomes its own monster in which there's a team to do development and also a team focused just on maintaining reliable and standardized crops?
As the director of research and development at a $225 million publicly traded company, I feel like I have a bit of a bias. But that being said, we've seen it, progress in other industries where tobacco, as an example, after World War I, it was in a situation where we had heirloom varieties, and there was a connoisseur aspect to it, and the aromas were evaluated and the way things burned. And as the industrialization of that product occurred, we saw it boil down to just 3 or 4 essential varieties that got cultivated. And I think as long as we're cognizant of this and we spend resources, on research and development programs, and we listen to what's working for people and really focus on developing a strong medical program in parallel with the recreational then I really hope that we can maintain genetic diversity. I really do.
Yeah, I think we need that diversity. What is the enemy in there is, that whole legalization is kind of affecting more two generation, my generation and the people, after me and older that actually lived so much of the illegal cannabis and know so much about it. But what really worries me is, like, in order to not let this happen, I mean, if you look at the new generation, they don't really care about this. They just want to know where and when and how much pay. And, they're lazy. If they get it, by the mail, they will want it by the mail instead of going to a corner store. So if we don't let that happen by having like program like Matt is running with the R&D and trying to increase biodiversity, I think it's not going to happen. I think we go the way of the one. That's what we should be focusing on, because if it comes down to just a few varieties, I mean, that will decrease quite the pleasure, I'm pretty sure.
It'll be a bottom line thing. The people who want their integrity to stay high and want to just put out a product. I used to own a vegan, raw food, organic cafe. Super high integrity, zero profit. Like literally zero profit. It's like you're giving people the most amazing, beautiful food. So it's going to be the same way in the cannabis industry. It's like if you watch the movie The Founder, Ray Kroc, McDonald's, these guys started McDonald's. It was like quality. Ray Kroc turned it into this industrial complex that was, we can do this cheaper, we can get powdered milkshakes, we can do. So that's many companies will do this, and the craft companies won't. And it'll be just like every other industry that we have. 90+% of them will be swag. 10% of them will be worth spending your money with. And the 90% will do billions and billions and billions in sales.
And do you see that as a battle in the future with the breeding community producing fascinating cannabis genetics for years in the underground, and now we have licensed producers with a set stable of genetics? Do you see future lawsuits going on about intellectual property in cannabis seeds? Is this a real concern?
It's happening. It's going to happen. Utility patents, cannabis registrations. We have this conversation on my weekly show, Hash Church, if any of you guys have watched it on YouTube. We have great conversations and dialogues every Sunday, and one of the conversations was this very conversation. And I'm lucky to have a good friend of mine, Skunk Man Sam, a.k.a. Dave Watson. He was the breeder. He's a master breeder. He's, in fact, the only master breeder I've ever met in the entire cannabis industry. He plants 50,000 plants at a time. He's obviously the breeder that's going to be doing our work in Jamaica. I would never choose anyone else. The man is like a savant when it comes to finding these incredible cultivars. And so, kind of forgot where I was going to go with that, but...
So will people get sued if they use someone else's genetics and rename it? Do you
so here's the thing about someone else's genetics. Most people in our industry they've been throwing seeds into a closet and using the work of guys like Skunk Man Sam, who actually bred skunk #1. And by that I mean he hired greenhouses, he hired a team, he got DEA export licenses so he could use labs around the world. He paid millions of dollars to chemists and PhDs and to agricultural specialists like Robert Connell Clark, breeders like himself, and they put all this time and energy into creating products that I can promise you will never accidentally create in your grow room. So those plants have to be respected. It doesn't mean that they should be completely legal, but it's pretty hard to say, wow, so you spent $5 million breeding a cultivar that absolutely does not exist in any of the cultivars we've ever tested. It could be high CBG with a low CBG with an alpha pinene concentrate of terpene. You understand? Something that's so rare that we've never seen it. Well, I, am very stoked on those companies to do that work, make those plants available. On the other side of it, a bunch of people just throwing seeds in clots and producing seeds for seed companies that aren't necessarily stable genetics. And so that's very different. Like, you have $10,000 invested in your seed company versus you put $6 million into a 5-year breeding project. How can you not let those people register those cultivars? Should they just be free? Should they have to give them away to everyone that wants them? It's a key conversation.
That was going with, like the unregulated, like whatever pesticide the people buy in hydro store. I mean, it comes from a mostly worldwide, illegal industry. So with the new legal industry, like in Canada and Uruguay and all those, you're going to see the same protection coming to protect those people that we have for grape strain or for wheat for anything. I mean, they will be patent probably on or protection on those genetics 100%, because I mean now it's going to become part of the agricultural science.
Nothing in the gene pool of current popularity, nothing that you're worried about, nothing that you know about, will ever be taken completely accessible. It's already been public. It's available. They can't patent anything that you already have. Oh, shit, they're going to produce that doesn't exist. Do you get the difference? It's a big difference. It's a big difference.
That should almost be followed with a mic drop. Like, you hit the nail on, right? And look at, available resources to us, like the Phylos Bioscience strain, mildly, right? And I think you can see on that, like the particular cultivars, like skunk number 1, that were developed and was spent on them. Because look at the amount of breeding projects we see these strains popping up with, right? There was something special about the cultivar that was developed, and as a result, we see a narrowing because that plant was so many different hybrids, right? But the breeder deserves to get recognition and compensation, personally.
And so, with that in mind, a lot of people are thinking about the pricing of a gram of cannabis. Implicit in that, there's almost an intellectual property in the cost. You don't think of it with, say, tobacco. This is Northern Virginia strain X of tobacco. But with cannabis, is there an intellectual property value in the bud that would prevent cannabis from ever being 30 cents? Do you think that has an effect?
I think that greed and prohibition has an effect. Prohibition ended, and did the prices of this change? I didn't. Not at dispensaries and not at LPs. They're still selling $3,000 to $5,000 to patients. And guess what? Cannabis costs the same to grow as tomatoes. Yep, it's true. I hate to break it to all of you, but it is absolutely the truth. You can grow cannabis for pennies on the gram. I bet you we could produce hashish here and oil in Canada for dollars on the gram, $1, $2, $3 a gram. That's reasonable. And that's still with the intellectual property of the breeders. Do you think they sell grain for like $400 for 10 seeds? That's absurd. We're all on boats. If you buy anything for a boat, like, I want a barbecue, it's $100. It's $1,600. That's the cannabis industry to the T.
And I think that's why it's important not to over-regulate, right? As we add regulations for security to monitor for diversion, as we add regulations for every aspect of the system, if we're not careful, the black market's going to severe advantage,
And the black market won't go away ever until we create a market that allows it to dissolve. As long as they limit us in anything that we want, the black market will exist. You start selling grams of hash and herb for pennies and dollars, stop growing.
Yeah, it's often I actually had a discussion because the black market's going to go away, and honestly, it will go away if we can, bring if the price of the product goes down enough that it doesn't work for them. Like, I used to run a hydro store for a long time, and everyone knows about the M39 of Quebec. That's very simple. At $1,500 a pound, people either close their grow ups or grow M39 in Quebec. That's what they do. So if you get a legal weed for $1,500, you're gonna put them out of business because they're not gonna work like crazy to do a bucket full of change.
You hear the growers, man, I can't even get $1,000 a pound anymore. I'm like, motherfucker. You know what a pound of butter costs? You know what a pound of tomatoes cost? You know what a pound of $1,000? So, that's an insane price for cannabis, especially considering that not everyone's pound is the same. And what if your pound only has 3% cannabinoids on 1% terpenes? Wow, that's expensive.
And so I wanted to, so in Canada, to be qualified as industrial hemp, there's a percentage of THC that a plant might need. And exactitude requirement, 0.3% WW from Dr. Ernest Small, see that requirements like that for cannabis, that do you foresee that happening? Do you foresee approved cultivars of cannabis for people to use in the same way that you can only grow under the industrial hemp regulations, like 20 approved cultivars of hemp? Do you foresee that for cannabis?
Well, but you know, what I see so far and what people notice so far is like the access of genetic material to, you know, the commercial growers like Matt or Canveda or other LPs is very limited. And I mean, we've been all arguing that we should, or fighting that we should have more opens to genetic materials and stuff. So I hope not. Because I mean, it's part of the fun of cannabis, right? Trying different varieties, trying different cultivar. Like we have selection on that panel. I think on this panel that I think everyone, you know, if you super special strain, you may need like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 seeds.
I'd recommend Ernest Small's last book. He published it end of 2016. It's a great book. I think anyone should check it out if they're interested in some of the scientific literature behind cannabis cultivation. Now, I interpreted that question as cannabis varieties with low THC being able to go outside and being produced in the field.
Right, and what I was focused on is I think that the limitations under the industrial hemp regulations, like their concern is hemp anymore if it raises, and so there's specificity in how industrial. And do you see that happening with where they go like, whoa, you've got purple at 17.1% THC, like get that out of your backyard. Like, do you see approved cultivars like that happening for the strains that we know and love?
I could definitely see it. You know, as we progress towards regulation, anything's possible. But I also see the inverse of it, Jack. And I see the potential for low THC cannabis-derived genetics that are CBD dominant go outside and be cultivated as hemp, right? And I think we see this transition happening in the States where some of our isolates are actually coming from Kush varieties. And it's great to be able to extract full-spectrum Kush terps, you know, from hemp cultivated outside. Now, has Canada's point, not that I'm aware of to this point, but I think we will see that development.
I think the whole situation happened because, you know, the whole hemp in Canada really occurred because we found that, thanks to Jack Herer and The Emperor Wears No Clothes, and in that book we sort of found like, you know, this peace treaty, this has an amendment in there and it says low THC hemp, and so it was, once again, it was a prohibition thing that, okay, what if we can get rid of THC, then we could still produce hemp. Personally see it happening with cannabis. I can't imagine it happening. In fact, before it happens with cannabis, I could see us growing cannabinoid profile hemp in Canada for all of the 50,000 commercial products that you can make with the plant, including the seed oil, but also then extracting the, I don't know if it's hundreds of millions of dollars in CBD and other cannabinoids that we flush down the toilet since we started our hemp industry. Maybe it's in the millions because we started in 1994. But initially, the whole reason this happened this way, we lied to the Minister of Agriculture. We told him that the cannabis is a distant cousin of hemp. And so that was they're like, oh, okay, so it doesn't have the THC. They're so terrified of THC. THC is like the black of the family. CBD, well, that's the blonde-haired, blue-eyed, you know, valedictorian fucking quarterback of the football field dating the cheerleader. Everyone loves CBD, but THC is extremely important, and it's never going to go anywhere. If they rip the teeth out of the hashish eaters in the 14th century in the Cairo Square, and those guys kept eating hashish, they're never going to get THC away from us.
Okay, I think that was wonderful. We should maybe open up to some questions from the audience. If folks have, these are cultivation gurus and gods before you. So if you've got a question about your cannabis growing or a question about cannabis in general, we're certainly open to it if anyone has any. Yeah, certainly. Come on.
So a recent thing I saw online is people doing bud washing when they're harvesting their plants. It was something I'd never heard of before, and just what your guys' opinion was. Because whatever I thought, I was like, if your bud gets wet with water, it's garbage. Now people say it's subject for up to a few minutes and then hang it to dry.
Well, as a hash maker, you know, I'm really more of a hash maker than anything, but you can't make hash without growing resin, so it's a symbiotic relationship. So washing the plant from the hash maker, which should be kind of just as important from the perspective of a non-hash maker. Many people have used my bags over the Bubble Man. I made the bubble bags, if you that don't know, water extraction process. And a lot of people over the years would run the material after they cured out their plants, and they would be like, my second batch was a little cleaner than my first. Does that make any sense? And I'm like, well, probably. Do you have fans in your room? Oh, yeah. Oh, do you sweep in your room when the fans are on? Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're covering your plants in dust and debris and dirt. And so that stuff is heavy and it's sinking in your first wash. You can wash that stuff off. Now, I have it as dipping a plant and hanging it, but what I do is I pre-wash the material before I wash it. So when I take plants that have been freshly grown in a greenhouse and hung and cured for me, I'll take those plants and I'll put them in a large thing of water. The water's not too cold because the cold water is what will make ex-member glandular trichomes brittle, and that'll make them break. But it's also not warm because we don't want to melt the head, make them sappy. And then I'll put the plant matter in there and I'll just gently sort of knead it with gently and release those heavy little bits of dust and fiber and debris, and you pull the plant matter out and you'll see in the bottom of the tub dirt, little pieces of things. And so for me, obviously, I don't want them in my hash. It produces a weird ash. It produces a weird flavor. It's just not a medicine. So I think that washing plants can make sense in certain conditions.
Yeah, definitely, because I think it depends on what you spray on them or the cleanness of the place. And again, it comes down to ethic. I mean, you have to always keep in mind that cleanness and sanitation is the most important. You don't broom the place, like you say, when you have flowering plants and stuff. The same goes, like in vegging is where it's more permissive. But as soon as you have a sticky granular trichomes, you definitely want to have the cleanest environment possible to prevent to do this.
I would just add to that, as a macro photographer, I would let you all know that the glandular trichomes show up as the second set of leaves, the epicaudal. It's the true first set of leaves. They're serrated. The first set of leaves on cannabis plants is called the cotyledon, and it's round leaves. Those two leaves do not have glandular trichomes. Every single leaf after that is going to be covered in them. So convincing yourself that spraying or sweeping or anything is okay in veg is to not understand what's going on the macro level. And most people don't understand this. I've only started taking these photos, and the first time I ever took a photo of an epicaudal with glandular trichomes, which you can find on my Flickr account, Bubble Space Man, it blew my mind, and it changed the way I thought. And it was only been maybe 3 years since I made that discovery.
I've also heard of the addition of hydrogen peroxide when these washes take place, normally when powdery mildew tends to be involved, and I would just like to flag and kind of discourage against that. Anecdotally, haven't been able to verify it with a lab, but I think some level of oxidization takes place when you use like a strong concentration of hydrogen peroxide, and I would avoid it if possible, the addition of that at least.
And I wanted to just, I forgot to ask a question, so I'm going to, so do you guys see a difference in the bast fiber from cannabis to hemp? Just looking, because what sparked me is the comment that as the industrial hemp regulations came in, a white lie was told in regards to hemp's relationship with cannabis. But is there a difference in the bast fiber that's produced?
Yes, and what's that? Yes, hey, Dana Larson gives us the happy 420, and shout out to Dana Larson. Yeah, I would say there's a minor difference, but keep in mind that we haven't really bred cultivars specifically for the commercial production of different products in hemp. What we did was we got hemp in the ground. We were like, yeah, 50,000 commercial products. And then what happened was they were like, okay, but none of that's profitable because there's no infrastructure and we need billions of dollars in infrastructure. So hemp sort of squeezed into seed and oil and hemp seed oil. And that's what the hemp industry in Canada is. And when you plant for seed oil, you plant differently than when you plant for fibers. So when you plant hemp for fiber, you plant the plants very close together, like an insane density of seed per square foot, and they grow up like touching one another, very, very tall and thin, and it's a beautiful fiber, and it bows and rets beautifully, but it's very different from a seed that you grow and you give that room, which creates a more woody sort of like, you're not going to be making clothes, you're not going to be making like nice silky products, you can make like burlap sacks, it's almost like wood, whereas when you plant proper, regardless of the cultivar, I mean, the breeding is obviously going to be important, but you could plant like OG Kush close enough and tight enough in a field, and it'll do what all plants do, stretch to access them. And so...
It's again some thread that were bred in. Some were more fibrous than other ones, and like he said, the way you plant them is really the way you're gonna focus on your production. You obviously want bigger flowers, bigger seed brackets in there for producing more seeds in order to make oil or edible seeds. Compared to fiber where you don't want any side branches, you want long and right?
Primarily for the drug traits, fibers, but I haven't been able to test it. I've never tried to manufacture something. But as we see the industry more commercialized, industrialized, we see much more money and much larger volumes of plants being currently our stocks are becoming compost, as mandated by regulations. And I would like to see fiber, become a trait that we care about once again, and hopefully we can, become a more sustainable industry by taking this current byproduct and repurposing it for something beneficial.
Okay, that was an amazing panel. It was an absolute honor for me to host. We have gone a little late, so thank you so much. And I'll finish with the fun question. Favorite strain to grow?
Quebec, Friesland.
I'm kind of partial to that old school AK-47.
Okay.
I'll go with my son's name, Hayes.
Thank you all so much for and apologies for going late. That was amazing. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, guys. Great panel, guys. Agreed what you guys said. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciated that. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks for the book. My pleasure.
It's rare. Nice to meet you.
Beautiful. Absolutely wonderful.
I don't know. I think sometimes we're replanting the big room.
No, I would love to.
I wasn't around. I don't remember.
It was my friend Dave, actually. He was the photographer.
That's in 40 minutes. Oh, hi. But someone's going to go in there. That's what I was going to say. I'd like to send you some of the seats. Just because Dana, do you want me to try or do you just want to go?
I can just talk, or if you want to give me an intro, you can.
I kind of would rather stand. I guess we can't move the table at all really at this point. Do you want to move it back? Yeah, if I can move it back, that'd be good.
Sure, you can do that. I would say I'm 99% sure that the left.
After this, there's no more panels today. It's all just individual speakers, right? So probably moving the table is good.
It means that half of the weight is cannabinoid. It's impossible. Okay, so this is an angle at. Well, I wouldn't say.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think.
Cultivar with over 50% cannabinoids.
I don't see how you get to that point. Seems like it's very high school, like 35.
I've seen 30% return in it, and I didn't even believe that. And that was 30. I was like, I don't believe this. It was a squash. Awesome squash. Okay. So
just the.
Okay, 80% is no problem. That's just concentrate. But what I'm saying is, if it had that 100%, it's you would get something extremely rare. Well, no, you have something that's
Grown
impossible.
a THC crystal at some
Exactly.
point, right?
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't like it's
Be
scientifically
awesome.
impossible. What's super more likely is that you're confused by the numbers or the lab being different. Trust me.
Yeah, I nerded out there. I stole eating into everybody's.
That was fascinating, actually. That was a good panel. That's the one we're going to use?
Yeah, so just make hash with it. Take 100 grams. He said $1 million, right? Yeah, yeah, he said $1 million.
This is the one? They're all out.
Is that what you'll pay for? You can sell those seeds. You can sell those seeds. I'll broker those seeds for $25.
Where Chris is trying to have a break, but I guess I could just unplug.
You won't. It's not gonna happen. Trust me. I can just unplug these, right? Yeah. Okay, sweet.
Perfect. Then you won't get interference.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. Wow. That was a wonderful panel. I only caught the last half because they ate into a lot of my time, but it was fascinating. I really enjoyed hearing what they had to say, actually. That was really great. And I've been down at the expo all day, and it is packed full of people. It's wonderful to see all this happening, but of course, we're all on notice. Kathleen Wynne said we're all on notice. They're going to come and shut everybody down, and I don't think that's going to succeed. So anyways, my name's Dana Larson. I've been a cannabis activist for 25 years or so. I've been involved in a lot of the people and the groups that have tried to make change over these years and maybe have helped to bring us where we are today. I helped get the Canadian Marijuana Party and the BC Marijuana Party going back around year 2000. I was editor of Cannabis Culture magazine for 10 years. I founded the Vancouver Seed Bank. I founded Vancouver's third dispensary in 2008, which was just the Vancouver Dispensary Society, because I didn't know there was going to be another 100 places all using the word dispensary at the time. It would have made a more creative name, but we have really helped to open a lot of dispensaries, to help to get this movement to where we are. And I am really excited about what's happening. I'm thrilled that they want to open up 150 government-run cannabis shops. It's only the tiny beginning, and their plan is bad, and the way they want to legalize is bad. But it's good that we're having this conversation and that we're on the verge of this. And I feel like we're maybe at the halfway point, after 20 years or so, that we've probably got another 20 years ahead before cannabis users and cannabis is really where it should be without any stigma, something that is used very, very widely beyond just people that are part of the cannabis culture. And I think that's still a ways away. We still have a lot of work to do between now and then to end the real war on cannabis. That's something that's so entrenched in our society, that's been around for so long, that all of us have always lived with cannabis being illegal and with this whole drug war waging around us. And for me, it's actually about more than just cannabis. It's about the whole war on drugs, something that I really think of as a war on plants. Because the coca leaf and the opium poppy and the psilocybe mushroom and the peyote cactus, they're all also wonderful medicinal plants. They don't have quite the amazing range of uses that cannabis does, and in many ways, I think cannabis is the world's greatest plant because no other plant has the medicinal, nutritional, industrial uses that cannabis does. But all of these other plants that are at the root of the war on drugs or the war on plants, they're all incredibly beneficial plants that have had thousands and thousands of years of social and cultural and medicinal and spiritual use in these societies around the world. And so I think that ending the war on cannabis is so crucial and something that I've devoted most of my life to. But to me, it's still just the beginning of a broader process of reintroducing these plant medicines into our society. And we're seeing across Canada and around the world now how the opiate crisis has become so severe, and that fentanyl and these incredible potent opiates are killing people quite regularly. And you know, I wrote a book about the history of cannabis in Canada, and of course the history of opium and the drug war is very intertwined with that. And before Canada banned opium in the early 1900s, there was no opiate overdoses. They were virtually unheard of. Maybe one a year somewhere, maybe the occasional person, but it was extremely, extremely rare. And after we banned opium smoking, something that was done not out of any concern for public health or benefit or social welfare, the ban on opium was entirely done to punish and marginalize and deport Chinese people out of Canada. That's entirely why opium was banned. And every decade, every single decade after they banned opium in 1908, we have seen more overdose deaths in Canada. It went from opium to morphine and morphine capsules, then to heroin, then to injectable heroin, and now the fentanyl and carfentanil. We have seen this war on drugs, the war on opiates, has killed so many people in our country every single year. And even at this crisis, if they were to go back to the regular level before this crisis, it is still a very high number of deaths, all of which are avoidable. And of course, another key aspect of that is that cannabis is an incredible pain reliever and a wonderful substitute for opiates for so many people, and making it accessible also saves so many lives in that way as well. In Vancouver, we now have 2 different groups that are providing cannabis medicines for free or heavily discounted to opiate users in the downtown east side, a part of Vancouver that's got a lot of opiate and drug users in it. And these groups are finding if they give away edibles or provide a strong cannabis extracts to people that need it, their opiate use drops drastically. And so, I mean, so many ways, some drugs, half of these substances can help us with the other half. We see the same thing with the psychedelic substances as well. Ibogaine and LSD, and peyote and psilocybe mushrooms can all help people to heal themselves, can help people to have better understanding of themselves, and in ways, especially if used in the right way and therapeutically, can help them deal with addictive issues and to have a better relationship with some of the other substances that they're using. So it's all an interlocked puzzle, this war on drugs, and as you begin to unpeel it piece by piece, it's really quite incredible. And I really believe that over the next few decades, we are going to see a blossoming of culture and of change around the world as we really continue to end the war on drugs, beginning with cannabis and then moving on. Suppress psychic energy as well as money and business and all these things that are held in the ground. And when they can come up above again, it's going to be a blossoming of culture and a renaissance in so many ways that I think is really going to be powerful, and some impact will be felt for generations. And so I'm dedicated to ending the war on drugs in Canada and in around the world. And I sometimes see cannabis users, oh, we got to legalize weed so we can crack down on those other druggies that are doing the other stuff. And that is the wrong perspective. I believe that is very misguided. We need to end a prohibition on everything. That doesn't mean I think that injectable heroin should be available in the corner store where I think cannabis should be sold. It doesn't mean everything should have the same kind of rules, regulations. There should be structures, but we should make safe, clean versions of all substances available to people who want them. And the world will be a much, much better place. And I'm really looking forward to that. It's going to be still decades away, and I feel we still have a lot of work to do. And we see with the legalization that they're trying to bring us what the wrong angle. They're approaching it without an apology. They're approaching it as if, yeah, all these things bad, marijuana sure is bad. We've just been going about prohibition wrong. We got to go about this differently and legalization as if it's still prohibition. They said they want to give the police another $250 million in funding to enforce legalization. And that makes no sense at all. That's merely a bribe to the police to get them to shut up and go, look, we're going to give you extra money for you to do whatever. But it makes no sense at all. legalization should mean a massive reduction in policing and police budgets, or it should at least mean that those police officers are in their time on more productive activities than going after cannabis users or users of any substances or any of these things. It should be way less police. And cannabis legalization really should come with an apology. And it should come with a recognition that this was never a good idea, that there was no point when cannabis prohibition and the drug war ceased being a racist, imperialist, murderous policy of profiteering off of misery and death in so many ways. That's how it began. That's how it's continued. It's never been anything but that. And that needs to be at the core of legalization, a recognition that cannabis is good. In fact, cannabis is incredible, and prohibition is wrong morally and spiritually and in every possible way. The war on drugs and the war on cannabis and the war on these wonderful medicines is entirely wrong from the beginning. And we will get that apology. It'll be another 30 or 40 years from now, in the same way that now our politicians do apologize for things that happened in the 1930s. Oh, we're really sorry about that stuff that happened back then. So we'll get that eventually, but it's going to take a long time. And that's why I say we still have a lot of work to do ahead of us. But, you know, I think about the legalization proposing, and I think, you know, if they'd said that in the 1990s, if in 1996, federal government, we're going to put 150 cannabis shops in Ontario, holy fuck, this is awesome. But now we've built something better than that. Now, at least in Toronto, and for many Canadians through mail order, we have access to way more products. We have way more places. We have built for ourselves a pretty good system. And so they've got to do better than that. And I've always said, you know, I said I founded the city's third dispensary. Probably no one has encouraged and taught more people how to run a dispensary than I have. But I don't feel there's anything necessarily magical about our dispensaries and that must be the way cannabis is sold. But if they want to change to a different system, the way to do that is not to raid us and punish us and wave their guns in our faces. It is to out-compete us. If the government can put a cannabis shop next to me that has got their stamp of approval, that can sell $2 grams of higher quality and more selection, that can provide edibles and all the products that I sell, but better and cheaper, and I can't compete anymore, then I won. That's how I see it, that I won that battle. That's what legalization should mean. But for better or worse, I don't see that day coming anytime soon. Their legalization, half the products we sell aren't an option, right? We sell about half bud and about half everything else. And shops are only going to be selling bud, so that means they're only even starting to deal with half the market. And from what I've seen, their prices and their quality do not really compare with what's out there. And they should be able to. They should be able to be better. It's not so much, it's not that it's legal that's a problem, it's that Health Canada's rules are restrictive. They force you to be a multimillionaire. They force you to have incredible security, which is really should not be required. And so they make it very difficult. And I'm not in the LP market, but I know that I've got a lot of overhead at my place, and I can sell at a competitive price to an LP direct to clients by mail order with no middleman at all. I've got to jack the price up and then resell it, and I'm still in the same range as they are. So when they can compete, when I'm no longer needed, I think it's great, and that's what I want to see. But I don't want it to be a few big companies. I want it to be, ideally, that many of those that are currently supplying me can keep doing that kind of thing, but with a license. The system has been opening up. It started incredibly restrictively, and it was very difficult. Now they're opening it up, but it's still too slow. They're not going to be ready by July next year to take over. Okay, underground market, we got it from here. July 2nd, we got all that we need. Like, it's not going to happen. It's going to be years before they get to that point. And they're speeding it up, but they're not speeding it up enough. It's going to take a long time. And if they're not allowing extracts and edibles and those things, it's going to be years and years before they figure out how to regulate that stuff or before they're comfortable with it. And so we've got a lot of work to do, but I think there's a lot of opportunity as well to continue to create the legalization that we want to see. I know they're putting us all on notice and that, but I still think it's a great time to open a dispensary in Canada. And you know, the majority of dispensaries in Canada have never been raided. have, and a lot have shut down after reopening. But of all the ones out there, the majority have never been raided. Many are operating, and there's 3 or 4 in Calgary. They've never been raided there. You wouldn't even think Calgary, but they're doing it. They're all over the place. I'm trying to call a meeting of dispensaries in Vancouver, and there is so many, even after all the raids, there's so many places, it's hard to get in touch with everybody. And I know they're trying to scare us, but these charges get dropped. This is not a country that has got space in our justice system to deal with violent people selling cannabis. I've actually got a 3-day trial scheduled at the end of October 30th, 31st, 1st. They put aside 3 days trial for me in Calgary for giving away these low THC cannabis seeds in Calgary, which I then did again this year in Calgary and everywhere else across the country, and I didn't get arrested again. And Calgary cops showed up. The first time a bunch of cops showed up, and then they arrested one of our crew who went out to the car to get some more seeds, and they grabbed him, and then I went out there, and we had a discussion, and I ended up convincing the cops that if they were going to arrest my friend, they needed to arrest me as well. I actually got some seeds. The cop didn't want to arrest me in Calgary, but they had arrested somebody else. I don't normally seek out being arrested. I actually do the opposite. But I was on my tour last year giving away cannabis seeds. I knew I was pushing things a bit, but I didn't expect to be busted. I didn't think anybody was going to care. Because in every city I was going to, there's at least 10 places you can buy marijuana seeds over the counter. So I knew I was being cheeky giving away these seeds and doing this, but I didn't expect to be in Calgary. The second stop on our tour, a bunch of cops showed up. And I'm just going to continue giving my talk then, whatever. And then I hear, oh, someone's been arrested. So, okay, so I go out, and one of our crew had gone to the car to get some more seeds, and the cop had grabbed him when he was off by himself. A strategic error on our part, perhaps, although it all worked out wonderfully in the end. I went out there, and the police said, well, we're not going to arrest you. So I grabbed some seeds, and I gave them to people that were around me. And then I said, look, I got 5 seeds in my hand. I'm trafficking in seeds. He's like, okay, I'll arrest you. So he takes me to the car with these seeds in my hand. I put the seeds into a little evidence bag. They hold me overnight. The police are all nice to me. They don't try to do anything mean other than having arrested me. I spend the night in custody. In the morning when I get all my stuff, they give me with the 5 seeds in it back. I've still got them in the sealed police bag. It was the funniest thing. So they've still got other seeds they got from me and all of me repeatedly saying I'm giving away seeds, but the actual seeds that were in my hand, they gave back to me after I got jail. But I continued on my tour then. I thought, I'm going to get at every stop now. This is not going to work out well. But no more cops showed up anywhere else at all. I'll have a great tour. This year I did it. I think I'd go back to Calgary. And my lawyer was like, you shouldn't go back to Calgary. But I thought, I'm going to go back to Calgary. I ended up being the last stop on my tour. I kind of added it on at the end. After I was going to go for it. And a couple of cops, they sent down 2 cops that time, and they were like super friendly and shook my hand and hung out for the first half. And the other people there were like, if they try to arrest Dana, we're going to make a circle around him and we're going to link arms. And I'm like, well, nobody told me that, but I'm good, right? And the cops were like, we don't want to deal with that. So they left halfway through. I wasn't arrested, but I'm still facing charges. And you have months now under the new rules that have been put in place. If you want to lay charges against someone and have a trial at the lower court level, you got 18 months unless I make a delay, they got 18 months. Well, that's 18 months is at the end of October. I think the charges will be dropped the day beforehand because I don't think they want to devote 3 days to this. Not in a country where over the last year, we have literally dropped thousands and thousands of charges against people for serious crimes, including several alleged first-degree murderers have had their charges dropped because there hasn't been space in the court system to deal with them. And so if they really wanted to devote 3 days to a trial, which in the worst case scenario, maybe I'm going to get a fine, which I won't pay, or something. Like, they're not going to put me in jail in Canada. And if they do put me in jail, it'll just, they put me in jail for, it'll be stupid. I'm happy to go to jail for this if they want to. So I have no real fear to go to trial and let them waste their time with. I won't take any, do any else, because I don't facing some big if I was facing 20 years, yeah, maybe I'd take a deal, right? But I'm not facing anything. I don't feel it's that heroic, really, because it's just seeds. It's low THC. Maybe we can it in some ways, maybe we can even get a decision, but Kirk Tussaud will go in there and dazzle them with his constitutional brilliance if they can do it. But I said I expect they'll drop the charges, which will be good because that'll kind of be a precedent that you can give away seeds or sell seeds to worry about it. I think we need to continue disobedience push in Canada and keep breaking these laws. You know, when the bill comes in next year, it comes in. We say, great, thank you for all things that are in there. Thank you for hopefully their possession arrests going from around 50,000 to close to 0 a year. We maybe take for granted in Vancouver and maybe Toronto where you can walk down the street smoking a joint and don't feel too worried. But most of Canada, you're in jail for that. There was a guy who spent 3 nights in jail recently. I'm not sure what city he was in. 3 nights in jail for 1.5 grams, right? They put him in jail, fined him on the way out like $200. Like, you think the 3 days in jail would be enough for 1.5 grams, right? Like, if that happened at Vancouver, there'd be people down at the police station protesting. They'd be at City Hall. What the hell happened? But that, for most Canadians, that's a reality. So the decriminalization of possession part of the legalization is going to be big for a lot of people. This change, though I can spend all day pointing out all the flaws in their legalization model, like I said, but it is incredible what we accomplished here in Canada. This will make us, we already have the best federal medical marijuana program in the world. It's not a program, but it's the best in the world, and that's saying something. No other federal government, there's some maybe state levels that have better things, but no federal in the world is doing what Canada is doing. And once we do this, most other countries aren't going to be paying attention to the details. They'll say, fuck, Canada legalized marijuana. We got to do that here in Denmark, in Sweden, in England, in France, in everywhere. Like all around, this is going to be a big thing. It's going to happen everywhere. And then we're going to go, oh, well, Denmark's got a way better model than we have in Canada. And hopefully we'll change that in 5 years to a different thing. So I am excited about what's happening. I feel proud that I've had some small part to play in help getting us here. But this is not something that any one individual, this is about a mass cultural shift and about everybody being involved and about this that is going to change our society, I think, and our planet in so many ways we can't even imagine. And I feel like future generations will look back on this as a big black spot in what was otherwise there was a lot of progression during this century in a lot of ways. Understanding equality, racism is a bad thing, understanding sexism, becoming a society that is trying to accept everybody and all of our differences and working towards that. But with the war on drugs, we're still, oh, we don't care anything about you. You smoke pot, get the fuck out. You know, it doesn't matter what else you are, we'll accept everything about you, but you use drugs, you're a fentanyl user, you deserve to die. I see those comments on the internet all the time. Well, you're an opiate user and you died of an overdose. They deserved it. They're bad. And that used to be the attitude, and still is for some people, but it's not the mainstream accepted attitude towards gay people who AIDS. Oh, well, they deserve it for being gay. They deserve to die because they're immoral and God hates them or whatever, right? And that those views are out there, but that's not. Most people are like, no, man. We're starting to do that with cannabis and with drugs, I think, too, that this is a need for being prejudiced. And what I think is different and harder about maybe the war on drugs than some of these other civil rights battles are interconnected and all of which have their own difficulties. But people make money off of prohibition. There's a little money off of gay conversion therapy and trying to get people straight, but it's not a big business. Rehab therapy on drug users, putting drug users in prison, the DARE program. There is so much money in terrifying people of drug use and in punishing drug users. It is a huge industry in a way that slavery was a big industry, and there was a lot of money in that, and that took a civil war, and cultural change happened. But this is something where there's a lot of money in it, and I think that makes it harder for us. But now, what I like about this movement, because there's also a lot of money on the side of prohibition as well, so a lot of people are happy with the law being in place because they make a lot of profits. But our movement is taking that above ground and being like, yeah, I run a dispensary, open about what I do, and change and making it not part of prohibition, but that money and turning it against prohibition. We talked a bit. I heard about the price of cannabis and $1,500 a pound, $1,000 a pound in the prices of cannabis. I want to see cannabis so cheap. But I think there'll always be room for cannabis too. It's like coffee, right? You can get coffee for pennies a cup if you want to drink coffee. And you have people sell cups of coffee at garage sales and stuff. But you can also have a $12 cup of coffee at a Starbucks or whatever too, and there's all that room. And a lot of it depends on the situation and the structure. You can brew wine home incredibly cheap, or you can spend $1,000 on a bottle of wine if you want to, and everything in between. And I think that'll happen with cannabis. I think when farmers can grow high THC marijuana by the thousands of hectares, that to me is legalization. That's when I feel our work is really done in that regard. And those won't make nice smokable buds when you're growing it like that, but who cares? You'll make extracts out of it that you can then dial in any cannabinoid profile you want. There's CBGs and CBDs and elemental Ps, and you can put in the terpenes and make whatever kind of blends you want out of that, which I think will be a way a lot of people use it, either in pens or in extracts or edibles. But there'll still be a market for dang well. I'm always going to smoke joints. No, there's a market for that. I don't think it'll be. I think legalization means everyone's going to start smoking joints. I think a lot of options will maybe become more mainstream. Maybe smoking joints will become less popular for the next 10, 20 years as a lot of other options come into play. Still be people growing cannabis, small boutique batches of super haze or whatever special strains that they buy. That's a nice sativa. I don't know, but that's going to always be there too, you know. And so I think there's room for all of these things. The cannabis market is incredibly diverse. And as someone, and many of you probably been using cannabis a long time, it's amazing to me how much it's progressed and how much we're still just beginning to understand in a way. Like the word terpenes was around years ago. Nobody was really talking about it or extracting terpenes or anything. And now that's a whole other branch that we didn't even think was a thing, right? Like there's so many other ways of understanding this. And our hemp industry also is in its infancy in Canada. And Marcus was talking about how almost all the hemp in Canada is grown for seed. And that's still true. There's no hemp fiber, maybe a little experimental patch here and there, but there's no hemp fiber industry in Canada. There's no hemp biomass industry. None of those things are happening at all. It's about the seeds. But what's kind of neat about that is big plants that make a lot of when you grow fiber, you don't really get when you grow those plants together. You really want to grow hermaphrodite. They'll grow about the same height. And when you're growing for fiber, you harvest before the resin would be ready anyways. You harvest earlier in the season. But the cannabis we're growing now outdoors is full of CBD, and it makes quite a bit of CBD, I tell you. And if they could be allowed to extract that when they are, and I think it'll happen in the next couple of years, it's very hard to argue against being able just to keep doing what you've been doing since the mid-90s, but now you're going to knock the CBD away. Like, there's no reason to forbid that. It's going to be huge when that starts to hit the ground in the next few years. Or like CBD isolate made out of stalks and out of things like that. I think it's wonderful, but we really, need to have all those different cannabinoids in there and just paranoia about THC thing. But I think we're on the verge of incredible changes in Canada, all places. And although the LPs and the dispensaries snipe at each other and stuff, I still think in a way we're both kind of the same coin. And as long as it's the same direction, that there's spaces for more people to get more cannabis, that's a good thing. That's a wonderful thing. And that's what I just want to see more and more. I want people to be able to buy cannabis products at their corner store, many of which should have no age limit in the way. The cannabis cream that I sell should have no age limits. CBD products should have no age limits. You should be able to take CBD capsules to anybody of any age, as far as I know, unless someone can tell me some harm from that. I understand some limits around the psychoactive products, although it's interesting, this legislation makes no exemption for parents sharing with their children. You can drink beers and alcohol with your children and give wine to your kids at almost any age, as far as I know, as long as it's appropriate amounts or whatever. Many families give their children wine with dinner at a very young age. If you were to provide cannabis in any form to your kids, you don't go through a doctor and then get it from a minor, you could be punished for that. There's all kinds of things in these rules that are going to have to be hashed out and fought out and dealt with. But I didn't actually have a speech plan. I just got up here and thought I'd talk about stuff and see what happened or whatever. But how's everybody doing tonight? We're feeling good? Have you been down to the other area and seen all the booths and all the stuff going on? Like, I just don't see how anybody would go in there and like, we got all this down, man. Look at all these people. Like, this is bad. How anybody would look in there and go, this is bad. This is like, what the heck? Who's testing all those? Like, what's going? Like, it's not. It's just. It's ridiculous. It's an strange fear, and I feel like there's so many cannabis users now, it's become so common that a lot of the people, they're punkers themselves. Some of the P's that I bait with on Twitter, and they're like, well, your marijuana must be tested. I'm like, well, have you ever smoked pot before? And was it tested? Probably not. Probably you've smoked a lot of weed in your life, and you never once asked when someone passed you a joint or when you bought a dime bag, do you have a test for this? They've all been smoking untested weed our whole lives. And I'm all for testing weed. Don't get me wrong. If you give me a choice, I will probably pick the one that's got a kit with it. But that being said, I've never asked anybody in life if that weed's been tested. I might, and we do test at our dispensary, things that are like that. But someone passes me a joint, I've never, it tastes bad anymore. But otherwise, you don't really worry about it that much. And so we got to recognize that cannabis, even kind of shitty cannabis, is not really a big deal. Like, you want it to be good, but it's not killing anybody, I don't think, to not have perfect weed all the time. And that most people don't want to be arrested is more what we should be focusing on. Just stop arresting people. That's what legalization should be about. It's about not arresting people anymore and leaving us alone to do what we want to do. Not to take a whole bunch of more rules and throw a bunch of money at the cops so they can arrest us for that. That's a backwards kind of thing. So, I normally, when I do my talk, I talk a lot about the history of cannabis in Canada. And I go over like the 1600s to modern times. And have any of you heard me give that talk before? Or like some of you a bit, only people now. But what I like about doing that and what I learned about that, intrinsic cannabis to Canadian history. Cannabis has been growing in this country for at least 400 years, maybe longer. It's always a big part. For the first 200 years that there were Canada, or the idea of a Canada, the French and British governments did everything they could to get Canadians to grow cannabis. Most of our history, our governments have been bribing us to grow more cannabis, and only this aberration of the last 100 years or so have they suddenly told us to grow less cannabis. And during the 1800s, that's the part of the history that I really like talking about. That was the golden age of cannabis in Canada, where not only was industrial hemp being grown from coast to coast throughout the 1800s, mostly to make fiber, and it is about the fiber at that time was a big thing. But how widespread medical marijuana was in Canada during the 1800s. And as I researched my book, I discovered all these articles and journals and all these ads for cannabis, and I had no idea really how common it was that you could buy old marijuana that's in Canadian from 1850s until 1850s when they banned it. And in fact, the first Canadian busted for marijuana possession that we ever read of is a guy named Harry Forbes in Vancouver, who was charged with possession of marijuana cigarettes that he said he had bought at a pharmacy to treat his hay fever. And the judge said that's a deadly narcotic and gave him 6 months hard labor. And the first possession arrest we have for trafficking, the first arrest we have for trafficking in cannabis is a pharmacist who was selling same pre-rolled out of a store. So in the 1930s, when cannabis prohibition began, they had the same confusion we have now with dispensaries and stores selling products, and then you get arrested out front for possession of that product, and this confusing situation. And you know, when they banned cannabis in Canada, I'm jumping, but whatever. When they banned cannabis in Canada in the 1930s, you know, they did three things right away. You know, first, they went after the pharmacies. They got them to stop selling cannabis medicines, and they actually went to the hemp farmers and they burned hemp to the ground in the mid-1930s. When they banned cannabis in Canada, when burned hemp fields to the ground across the country, and they had all these articles in the paper saying the farmers had no idea they'd been deadly narcotic drug, windbreak or a fiber source or a crop for industrial use. Know how dangerous and deadly this was. And they also after the seed manufacturers as well in the 1938. That was the third step of the prohibition. The birdseed manufacturers all had a lot of hemp seed in their birds. They went shut down. They had raids on birdseed manufacturers in 1938, and they forced them to remove the birdseed, the hemp seed from their bird seed. So that's how the war on drugs really began in Canada. But before that, throughout the late 1800s, cannabis medicines were widely advertised. For 100 cannabis medicine in North America from 1900. And one of my favorite little stories from the history of Canada, we talk about how we want to test cannabis and how important it is to test it. Well, in the 1800s, they hadn't discovered any of the cannabinoids yet and didn't really know what the active ingredients were. So when they wanted to test their extracts, they would use dogs. And Park Davis advertised in Canadian journals that you could trust Park Davis products because there's no known chemical test for cannabis. They use biological tests to ensure potent. And Park Davis hundreds of dogs. And people whose it was to get the extracts in and to feed these dogs standardized sizes of the they had I've read the whole procedure, how they got to put it in its mouth, rub its throat till it swallows it, record time periods of how it takes the dog's tongue to roll out of its mouth, how long for the dog's front legs to go down, how long for the dog to pass out. This was the height of cannabis testing technology in North America for about 80 years, testing on dogs. And I always make a little joke that I'm not a fan of animal testing, but if you got to be one of the animals in the lab being tested on, probably being the dog that gets super high every day is one of the best jobs you're going to get. But it's really amazing when you read the literature and the stories and you see how demonized cannabis was in the 1930s, how they turned it all around, and there was so much incredibly racist propaganda in the media, and how this plant and the culture around it was demonized so successfully. Films like She's Gotta Have It or Reefer Madness, they showed for like 20 or 30 years. They showed from the 1930s. I can see ads for Reefer Madness. It had different titles. It was run in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s. Research groups would sponsor this movie like 20 years after it came out. They were still showing it. And then in the 60s and 70s, then I think they were partly showing it, and researchers would go on for madness and laugh at it. But these are some of the ones of any movies I've seen in theaters for 20 years. It's amazing how much propaganda there was and how demonized it was. And these things entrenched, and they teach our children very young ages. We have government-run ad campaigns to demonize. No wonder people are afraid of cannabis. But if you're not exposed to it directly, and all you see is what's in the news, you're going to hate it. You're going to be terrified of that smell when you smell it. Oh my God, there's some criminals. I gotta get away. And I think one of the powers is that so many people know cannabis or know some cannabis that it's hard to dehumanize us and cannabis users in the same way anymore. But yeah, when you use cannabis now, I think it's good to remember you're not just smoking cannabis, you're not just smoking a joint, you're in a tradition that's back not only through Canadian history for 400 years or more, but through in that you are part of a tradition of using this plant for medicine, for recreation, to make your back thousands and thousands of years into humans, and that we want to make sure we carry that tradition on. I believe that really our society owes gratitude to all the people that have continued to grow and sell cannabis in defiance of prohibition. Without them, we would have lost a worldwide pogrom against cannabis users, with every government on earth pretty much sworn to make the cannabis plant extinct. If they had won, and we didn't have brave people by whatever reasons to grow cannabis and make it available, we could have lost this entirely. That day will come when we look back on the people that have preserved as some of the, because now we are, I think, re-entering a golden age of cannabis in Canada. And the next century ahead is going to be so much better than the 1800s were in terms of cannabis. But we're going to see this plant, we're going to wear this plant on our body, we're going to eat, we are going to soak into our lungs, into our bodies, we're going to rub its cream on our skin. We're going to fuel our cars and our vehicles out of cannabis. We're going to run it on cannabis fuel in many ways. This is going to transform the planet entirely. And so I hope that you will go back to cannabis. And if you listen to me talk for an hour, and I'm almost done, it's because cannabis has done something for you. And so give back a little bit to that plant and keep forward a little, and just try to do something every day to really end cannabis prohibition. There's a lot you can do. You can write a letter paper once in a while. That has a big impact. You can make sure you just talk to somebody every day. You can make sure you go to those protests. You can volunteer some of your time. You can donate $20 a week. But I want you to get involved and make a difference. Don't let it motivate you. Let it change. Let it get attack. Because future generations look back, when our grandkids look back and they go, what did you do to end the war on cannabis? I want you to be able to tell them what you did and to be proud of the role that you played in helping to end this battle. Because we all make a difference. And we know which was going to be the one that finally gets us over the top. So thank you for letting me talk. I got a little bit and have a drink. If you want to come chat with me, then we're my books and things. I recommend the history of Canada. My books are fun, and you might want to, but I think everyone should take at it because you will learn so much about the in this country in the same way that I learned about it when I wrote. Thanks again for having me here. This is Chuck. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Dana Larson. Great speech. Next up, and he is EBD, MIA. All right, we'll be back in a few seconds. We stand by.
Hey, what's up, Vapor Central? How y'all doing? Yeah, that sounds half believable. Let me ask a better question. Anybody nice and high right now? See, it's just context. You got to know the crowd, know the room, know how to get them. Thank y'all for being here. So right now, I'm supposed to be Bubble Man, talking about terps and hash and a bunch of nerdy shit that only Bubble Man could talk about. Yeah, but he's not here right now, as you can tell, because it's me, the less attractive, shorter Bubble Man, who doesn't know as much as him probably. But I do have a T-shirt that says I'm an expert, so that's pretty close. That said, instead, Jody Emery's going to be on at 6, like normal. And when you see Marcus next time, just say, I was waiting for you. But no, it's cool. He'll be down at the grounds. He was there all day. Busy dude. If you have any questions for him, go see him. He's got a booth and a tent down there. So that's how you catch up with him. But Jody's on track for 6 o'clock. I'm also letting Pod TV know what's going on. We're streaming this on Pod TV. Thank you to the NORML folks for putting this on. Support them. NORML.ca. NORML. There's no A in there. What's up, Vapor Central? How you doing? Thank you. See, because I don't have free weed like I had last night. No one cares anymore, right? So fuck all y'all. No, you're all still high from last night. I appreciate it. What's up to the Submitter Warrior for saving the day yesterday? Oh, horrible incident. But we made it through. Shouts to NORML for putting this on. Shouts to everybody on Pot TV watching, as well as on Facebook from Cannabis Culture. We appreciate everybody who's tuning in. Yes, the audio's been a little glitchy and the video's frozen a couple of times. I'm sorry. We're doing the best we can. The Vapor Central computer is trying, but you guys have hotboxed the shit out of it. And it's like, yo, it's the weekend. I didn't think I have to work this hard. And it's struggling. But we're doing the best we can to broadcast it. Thank you very much for putting up with the patience. We're trying everything we can do. And sorry we didn't have Bubble Man, but luckily for you, coming up here as soon as I'm done flapping my gums, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Princess of Pot, Jody Emery.
Volume up? All right. Really, for me? I can yell loud. Hi. Well, it's been a while since I've been here. I'm out on bail, so mostly I just stay at home. And actually, I was just tweeting about how 6 months ago to this moment, I was in Old City Hall, down in the dungeons of the basement, in handcuffs, about to be shipped off in a court vehicle to a maximum security women's jail. It would be my second night in custody after being arrested on March 8th, alongside Mark and Chris and Aaron Goodwin and Brittany Guerra. The 5 of us were arrested in a massive crackdown they called Project Gator. And I still can't figure that one out, except for the fact that gators are pretty vicious when they go after what they're targeting. So they were pretty vicious with us. They've shut down all the stores in Toronto. They really put us on ice. What they've aimed to do and accomplished in a way is to lock us out from participating and to lock us up in jail and to face the penalty of long time in prison, because that's what exists on the books. It's a very strange time because, you know, I supported the Liberals. I supported them for legalization. I ran to be a candidate. I was a nomination candidate. I endorsed their policy of legalization because after a long, long time of activism, much less than many other people I have to give credit to who inspired me early on and many others, but many activists have been fighting for so long for legalization because we knew that there are about 3 reasons I've come to conclude. There are 3 reasons to legalize. Number 1, we shouldn't be criminalized. We shouldn't be treated as criminals. Peaceful, nonviolent Canadians should not be regarded as criminals for doing something that is good for their health in many ways. And even if it's bad for their health, it's a free choice. So the free choice of citizens to use and possess and grow and share and supply cannabis, that shouldn't be criminal. And most Canadians know that their dealer is not a shady guy in a trench coat. It's a friend, it's a family member, it's somebody who loves cannabis and loves to share it. And that's what we want legalized. So stop criminalizing us and legalize what already exists. That's what legalization was supposed to do. And it was also supposed to stop the multi-million-dollar expenditures on cannabis law enforcement. All across the world, trillions of dollars are spent targeting people like us for cannabis. People like us who gather together to share this plant lose their children, they lose their jobs, their home. I think of these stories I hear from all over the world where people are even executed for cannabis. We're lucky. Look at us. We're actually in paradise right now. We're in a lounge. They don't even have this where it's legal in the United States. They don't have something like this which isn't technically legal. We have a lot of freedom here, and there's a lot of oppression going on everywhere else, but just because we aren't suffering as badly here doesn't mean we shouldn't be upset. Legalization was supposed to liberate us, and it was supposed to stop the unfair injustice of criminalizing people for cannabis. And as we know, cannabis prohibition has unfairly targeted marginalized people, the poor, the young, people of color, First Nations. We have so many evidence and science, so much of it shows that cannabis prohibition is unjust and needs to end. So how can they call what they're doing legalization? How can the Liberal government of Canada and the Liberal government of Ontario say that they're legalizing cannabis when they continue to criminalize everything that was criminalized before? What is being legalized? What's being legalized? I guess they're decriminalizing 30 grams of pot for adults and 5 grams of pot for young people. I guess they're decriminalizing 4 plants in your home. I suppose they're like legalizing the ability of companies to sell medical marijuana and then sell it as recreational marijuana when it's legal to do so. I guess legalization means that a few people are going to benefit, but really the rest of us are going to continue to suffer. The government has said they don't want to normalize cannabis. They want to restrict and limit access. And yesterday we saw the government announce they're going to have a monopoly on the distribution of cannabis when it's legal recreationally next year. That goes alongside the federal Liberal government saying they are going to have a monopoly on the production of cannabis for recreational legal purposes. So the feds are monopolizing the production. They're giving out licenses to a lot of people. They are increasing that. I have to give them credit. They're trying to license more and more producers of cannabis. But why don't they just license all the existing producers who want to be legal? Why can't the existing industry be given a chance to come out of the shadows and into the light? How dare the government accuse us of being criminals when they are the ones who criminalize us? When the government says they want to remove the criminal element, I say, how can you do that when you criminalize it? It's insane. You feel like you're in some backwards world because it just doesn't make sense. Except for some, it does. Some people are going to benefit from this legalization. And guess who they put in charge of the legalization file? A former narc, a former top cop, a guy who spent his life going after people for marijuana and demonizing it and ruining people's lives. Bill Blair, the guy who oversaw G20, the biggest Canadian mass civil rights violation and arrest in our history. Bill Blair, a former narc of G20, is going to try to do to 420 what he did to G20, and he's going to lock people up and throw them in warehouses and throw away the key. They put a cop in charge of legalization. That's like giving a homophobic priest the control of drafting gay marriage laws. It's offensive, it's disgusting, and it gets even worse. Because as we've seen over the last 2 years, a lot of former politicians and law enforcement officers have gotten involved in these medical marijuana companies. Many of them, after fighting legalization, after fighting against cannabis, they said, oh, wait, it's going to be legal medically and then recreationally, and it's going to be worth billions, and I'm going to cash in. After cashing in on taxpayer dollars going after those very same people. So now you've got the retired cops and politicians making money on marijuana that they want to criminalize the competition for providing. And then you've got the cops that are currently serving, keeping their police budgets. And get this, if you didn't hear about it yesterday, Bill Blair announced with such glee that the police across Canada will receive $275 million more for marijuana legalization law enforcement. What the? Like, I'm serious. They already get hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're getting $250 million to go after you and your growers and your patients? $250 million that should be going towards medical marijuana research. That should be going towards getting people out of jail. Should be going towards communities who are poor and suffering and being churned through those courthouses like meat through a grinder. 6 months ago, I got to see firsthand what I'm fighting against. And I kind of try and ignore or forget what it was like, but then I get really upset and I feel really violated when I remember that what happened to me happens to people all the time and every day, and every time there's a raid, people suffer this. They get put in handcuffs. They get put in a cell. They get stripped naked. And in my case, it wasn't once, it was twice. And what was really weird was this was the first time in my life, after hearing about how I'm a woman and I can protect my body and my right to my privacy, I have the right to give or deny consent. I get to say yes or no to anyone who wants to look at me. And here I was for the first time in the custody of men and women with guns, holding me in a concrete cell, telling me to take off my shirt and take off my bra. And then I got to put those back on and then take off my underwear and take off my pants and squat and cough and all that shit. And then under legalization, when I hear the government stand there, and I was there at the press conference yesterday, and the ministers of the province were standing there saying, for your health and safety, we're going to crack down and throw you all in jail. For your health and safety, we're going to shut down your shops and open up our own, right where those shops already exist. Like, this is really despicable. Not only are these guys paid by our tax dollars taken from our labor to protect and serve us, they're then turning against us and using our money against us to oppress us and deny us our freedom. And then, after realizing they have to kind of declare surrender, that, yeah, we got to legalize it, they then got all Orwellian and decided, wait, we can keep doing the same thing, call it legalization, own the companies ourselves, get even more money to enforce legalization, law enforcement. Holy smokes! We, the cops, are going to cash in like fat pigs at the taxpayer trough while we take all these innocent people and stomp all over them and tear apart their families. It's disgusting. The very same governments that fought against legalization are looking to put legalization activists in prison and profit from pot themselves while they continue this war, continue this meat-churning machine, putting innocent, peaceful people through this process. It's appalling. And I was so hoping we could just sit back and do regulatory activism, you know, fighting over bylaws and stupid handrail rules and all that stuff. But no, now we have to sit here and wait every day as we hear about more raids coming. The government just promised yesterday that over the next 12 months, they're going to spend $250 million going after dispensaries and peaceful people for pot. They've told you you're on notice. They said, we're letting you know. We're letting you know now before we send in the guns, before we send in the government's gangster goons to shut you down for their own monopoly. It's disgusting. I mean, yes, there's positive things that people like us could try and find money and start licensed producers, and eventually we could sell through stores, and that's better than what we had under Harper and all that. But just because you have stage 1 cancer doesn't mean, you know, you're not bad off because stage 4 is worse. You know, we have a lot of good things going on, it's true, but that doesn't mean we have to shut up and just stop. That means we have to keep fighting because we're setting an example for other people. I get messages from all over the world, especially after yesterday, people saying, you have to keep fighting. You have no idea what this means. And I'll never forget the people I meet who can't ever come out. And I was in Vancouver, and there's a family at the beach, grandma, parents, kids, grandkids, enjoying their vacation. And they wanted a photo, so I said, I'll take your photo. I took the picture. They carried on. I went and sat down at the beach. And the lady came up to me after from the family and said, Jody, you're Jody Emery, right? I need to tell you that what you're doing is so important. Because I'm an actress and I'm a singer. And she had this flair about her, so I could tell. And she said, I'm an actress and I'm a singer, and those are my kids. And we've been growing cannabis for a long time, and that's how I put my kids through school. That's how I pay my rent. That's how I support my community. And we're not hurting anybody, but we can't come out. So thank you to you and all the activists for speaking up for people like us. It's not a bunch of gangsters. It's not a bunch of thugs and violent killers trying to force little kids to smoke pot. But that's what the government wants to paint us as. They want to demonize us so they can stigmatize us and criminalize us and then try and destroy us. They want to take away your rights. They want to deny you your freedoms. And this happens every single day. Like the mother who I heard from who has Crohn's disease and lost her kids to Children's Aid. That's disgusting. And how about the government's plan to shut down dispensaries? How about how there's evidence from the United States on their drug-free website saying that dispensaries reduce opioid deaths? Dispensaries reduce opioid deaths. So I'm calling these politicians murderers. Every time they say they're going to crack down on these dispensaries, they're saying they're going to send more people to die. It's murder by second degree or something, I don't know. But it's outright destruction of lives because the evidence from decades show cannabis and dispensaries reduce addiction, overdoses, and death. So as the opioid crisis grips this country and as the politicians' injection sites, and God bless the Overdose Prevention Society people for doing what they do with the pop-up tents, like there's a big call for drug law reform, for PTSD and all sorts of things, but cannabis is still demonized. I don't get it. I don't understand. Why do they hate us so much? Why do they hate this plant so much? Why do they hate our people so much? What is it that we've done wrong? It's because we're free thinkers. It's because cannabis is the tree of life. Cannabis gives you freedom for your health, for your spirit, for your mind. Cannabis brings people together. Cannabis helps people avoid alcohol and hard drugs and dangerous pharmaceuticals. Cannabis helps people find peace in a world where we're constantly inundated with threats of terror and war and horrible things. Cannabis helps us find peace. And it makes us question authority. Because when you start to realize the government's lying about cannabis, then you start to realize they're lying about a lot of other things. And then you start to want to change that. And then the government gets really upset because the government needs people to be sick and suffering and struggling for their minimum wage paycheck to pay their rent, and then maybe they can sell some pot on the side to get by, and they want to make sure you go to jail if you do that. Everything about the government is keeping you under their control. Government is about telling you what you can or cannot do. Government wants to deny you your rights, and especially with cannabis, we're seeing that illustrated on a constant basis. But in a way, it's good. It's kind of good when you're on a playground and you see a bunch of children playing, and then there's that one kid who comes up to the little guy and starts punching his face in, and you go, holy smokes, that's wrong. You're a bully. You're a mean person. You're using brute force against a non-violent, peaceful victim. At least you can see who the bad guys are. At least we know who the good guys are. The good guys are the cannabis culture in the community and the activists and the patients and the growers and the lawbreakers. The people who have used civil disobedience to change the law through hard-fought battles that I can't even imagine trying to win, but I have to point out we've got heroes here amongst us who have won these battles, like John Conroy and other lawyers who have won your freedom and your access through the courts because of people who broke the law and got punished for it. So right now, when you hear all this talk about, well, there's going to be legal stores and then illegal stores. The illegal stores are the bad guys. They have to shut down. No, the illegal stores aren't the bad guys. The illegal stores are who the government isn't allowing to participate. The illegal stores are the victims of a prohibition policy and a new form of legalization that's so excessively taxed and regulated and restrictive as to deny us the ability to even possibly transition. They're basically saying we're going to prevent you from engaging in the process, and then we're going to punish you because you can't engage in the process. It's so wrong and backwards, but as I said, there are beneficiaries. The police are going to get a lot of money. Mental health and addictions, people are going to get a lot of money. But this is when our movement also needs to start getting a lot of money and putting it towards legal challenges, getting it to fight back against these injunctions, fight back against the denying of access for patients. There are so many ways that you can become active, and I know we've said it all before, but you don't have to risk your life and liberty and freedom to make a difference. You can call into a radio station and use a fake name, Joe from Toronto. You know, I don't like what they're going to do. You can send a letter to the newspaper and sign your name and say, I'm a proud professional. I'm a proud cannabis consumer. And this is my name, and I believe we should be offering more freedom and access. You can march in the streets. Anybody available on Monday? On Monday at Queen's Park, please try and show up. Follow my Twitter feed. I'll share the event info. I'm not going to be here, but in Toronto, Ontario's government at Queen's Park just said a big F you. So you guys should go back and say, please, can we be free? Please, can you stop oppressing us? Please, can you legalize us? That's what it's supposed to be about. Bring your signs about being a patient or a victim of prohibition and be heard. And I'll send the media to cover your stories and share your message with the people of Toronto. Because meanwhile, Mark and I and many others will be in Ottawa. Because right now in Ottawa, before all the parliamentarians get back to work, there's going to be a week of hearings with the Health Committee. The Health Committee is set to review cannabis legalization, which is being called the Cannabis Act C-45, Bill C-45. Now, this bill is no good, but if it was up for vote, I'd probably vote for it and keep campaigning for change, because that is what we did in Washington and Colorado and everywhere else where legislation was really about cannabis. And the government says, you know, we're going to look at this from a health perspective, not a justice perspective. So that's kind of weird, because cannabis legalization is supposed to be about the criminal justice reform, about ending the criminalization of peaceful people. But they don't want to. They don't want to admit that cannabis is actually good for you after they lied for decades. So they still need to tell you that it's bad for you, and they're legalizing it to protect you from it. So this message of health is going to be their focus. And I'm saying, well, fine, okay, make health the focus instead of justice. Let's talk about how cannabis is good for your health. Let's talk about how cannabis is improving the health of babies and infants and little children who are suffering from seizures. Let's talk about how cannabis is beneficial for teenagers who are on antidepressants and psychopharmaceuticals that are harmful for their health. Let's talk about how cannabis is good for the health of middle-aged people who are preventing Alzheimer's, preventing the onset of ailments, trying to find some relaxation by having a toke instead of a drink. What about all those adults who want to be free? What about them? Why are we talking about the kids all the time? Nobody's trying to open up the pot for tots shop. Nobody is out there saying, but it should be legal for me to sell it to the 3-year-olds. No. We want it to be legal to sell to each other, consenting adults like we've always done, but under the threat of arrest. That's what should be legal for the adults. And cannabis is good for the health of seniors too. And more people are finding cannabis as the safer choice than pharmaceuticals, than all of the medications that they're on. And in fact, cannabis can even improve your health and repair damage from drinking and from pharmaceuticals and from anything that may ail you. I believe cannabis can help you with. I am a cannabis evangelical. I do believe this is the tree of life and that cannabis can heal our bodies and our planet. But cannabis is good for your health, and that's what the health committee should be talking about. But they're not. They're not looking for us to talk about how it's good for your health. They want to tell Canadians how it's bad for your health, so let's keep it illegal so the good old boys in blue can keep arresting the baddies and protect us from the weed. So it's really kind of discouraging realizing I still face serious punishments, and a lot of people are going to face serious punishments, and it's supposed to be legal, and people are confused on the street. They don't know what's what. Is it legal? Are storefronts illegal or not? Or, you know, they're getting raided and then they're not. And that's really frustrating because you need people to get very aware of what's going on in order to get worked up enough to give a damn to fight back. So the government might be giving us a blessing in disguise by promising this massive crackdown. We might see more people suffering, more people in pain, more people denied their jobs and their ability to pay taxes. We might see a lot of cops taking home bigger paychecks, and I guess that sort of awful outcome is going to be necessary to work people up enough to do something, because you do get complacent. It's easy to get comfortable. It's really easy. I've spent the last 6 months not being allowed to work. So I'll tell you, after the stress of running that weird little cannabis culture dispensary empire thingy we were kind of working on for a while, which was fully admitted in the press, so I'm not sharing any news to you here, but I was busy. I was really busy. And then the cops took me away from all that work and told me basically, you have to live in Toronto in the center of power and be an activist full time instead of running a business empire. So, okay, I won't work anymore. I won't work on the business. I'll work on fighting for our cause again. And so that's kind of what I've been doing. Tommy Chong texted me the other day and said, well, you're still being super active. Like, good on you. I see you activisting out there, I think is what he said. But we have to, and I'll keep doing that. And I am tired. I'm really tired. I get sad. I get depressed. It's natural to go through those feelings. Like, at first I feel all righteous and like, yeah, we're getting the message out there. And then I'm like, but they don't care. They don't care because we've been giving the message all along, and they know the truth. They're just ignoring it. So then I get really discouraged. I'm like, oh, there's no way to win. But then I realize we win by reaching out to people and making them go use cannabis for the first time and find that relief and find that peace. That's who we're helping. We have to keep speaking up, spreading the word, and being cannabis advocates. We have to tell people about how cannabis is good for your health and good for this planet. And somebody asked me, what am I going to do when I'm not a pot activist anymore? And I said, well, I don't know. I'd like to do prison reform. I'd like to get all these families back together. I'd like to get rid of that punitive justice and help make more restorative justice. I keep thinking of all the kids that suffer when, you know, they know their parent is in prison and they're told prisoners are bad, but they know that their dad isn't a bad person, but they have to live in a society where they have to keep that shame. That's disgusting. That's disgusting to make innocent kids have to feel that. And I never cried in prison visiting Mark for me or him. I only ever cried because I saw these kids and these moms and these grandparents visiting their loved ones and trying to be so brave, trying so hard not to cry and failing a lot not to cry. There were a lot of tears, and that made me cry. And that's why I fight for these families who are torn apart and these people who are suffering. So we have to keep speaking up for all those victims of prohibition. We have to focus on still reforming justice. Even if there's pot shops run by the Ontario government a year from now, that's not the end. Nobody should be going to work and being told to pee in a cup and then lose their job. Not for incompetence, not for impairment. You can be a gold star employee and lose your job because you peed in a cup and tested positive for pot. You have people losing their kids, their homes, getting kicked out because it smells like pot. There's all sorts of unfairness and stigma that still exists, and we have to fight against that. But once that's done, let's tackle some bigger issues like, I don't know, climate change. Climate change, whether you believe it or not, there's a lot of carbon, there's a lot of issues right now. We have no solutions, though. We have a crisis right now where everybody's talking about how to lower carbon emissions to prevent it from getting worse without any solution about how to reverse those problems. Well, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy, but the evidence actually backs me up. Cannabis removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Cannabis actually reverses that process. Cannabis stores it and removes it. And cannabis actually can help clean the air when you build with it. So when they build all these towers in Toronto, every block there's a tower, and they're using concrete, if they were using hempcrete, those buildings would be actively removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and making it carbon neutral, which I don't actually understand much beyond all that with those numbers and tons of carbon, this and that. I don't get that. What I get is that cannabis can actually heal our planet. that when we think of all the housing problems across Canada on so many First Nations reserves, there's the housing crisis and there's buildings falling apart. And in Africa, they're using hemp to build houses. And around the world, you can use hemp to build houses. It's so simple. You use hemp and water and lime. You mix them up. You build a house like a snow fort, whatever you want, build it. Build it with the hempcrete. And that home will be flood-proof, fireproof. It will keep you warm in the winter, and it will keep you cool in the summer, and it removes carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. My God, hemp houses can save our planet and house our homeless and put people in safe structures instead of struggling and suffering in the cold. And they're terpy maybe too. I don't know. You might be able to smoke it in a real crisis. But I just keep thinking about how cannabis can do so much, and that's why this criminalization is so wrong. You know, prohibition of alcohol, that was a mistake. Prohibition of sex workers, that's a mistake too. They're messing up people's lives when they prohibit things. They create the crime by criminalizing it. But cannabis isn't even like alcohol or tobacco or like nothing else actually out there, because cannabis is good for our health. Cannabis should be legal and promoted. It shouldn't be legal and demonized or legal and restricted or legal and kept underground. It should be legal and promoted as a form of harm reduction, as a safer choice, as a way to find peace and health. And I think people are finding it. I think people have already done it. That's why we've made so many gains, because we all know the truth. The government just wants to deny that truth, but since when was that news, that the government's full of liars and scammers and con artists? Newsflash. So while we're here at the Karma Cup and you look at these wonderful samples and the magazines, you know how crazy these pot laws are? That magazine, the Highway magazine, it's illegal. Cannabis magazines and books, illegal. Cannabis bongs and vaporizers, illegal. Everything we do is illegal, but the fact that we exist and we continue to flourish, that's encouraging. Because no matter how much they criminalize us, as the saying goes, they tried to bury us, they didn't know we were seeds. And like Mark Emery said so long ago, plant the seeds of freedom to overgrow the government. I do believe the government is overgrown. They're just going crazy with a machete trying to frickin' chop it down and make sure it doesn't spread, because they hate us so much. But we're not full of hate. We're full of love, compassion, tolerance, and we deserve dignity, equality, freedom. And that's why I'll keep speaking up as much as I can. And next week in Ottawa, I will be there to testify on Friday and to just be there hearing it all and doing what we can to make a difference and speak up for all the patients and the prohibition victims and all of the future consumers of cannabis who deserve access and choice, and all of the current users of cannabis who also deserve the same. I really don't know what time it is, because cannabis actually does that to people. So 6:30, wow, I don't know. Even I get tired of hearing myself talk, I'm honest about it. I'm sure the government and cops do too, but I'm like, trust me, I would love to quit. Please, please stop giving me stuff to complain about. Oh my goodness. And it's also like, you know, everybody likes to be right. You know, it feels good when you're right, when you find that little fact and you Google it on your phone, you're like, yeah, I was right. That feels good. But it feels not so good when you were right about really bad stuff happening. It's like, I really don't want to be right about it. We kind of said it might happen. I really didn't want to be that, you know, negative Nelly and downer Dolly or whatever the names are. I don't want to be that person, but we have to warn people about what can happen in order for them to actually know when it's underway and to give a damn. So, like I said before, just because things aren't as bad as they could be doesn't mean we have to stop complaining. Like, I'm blessed. Right now, I'm living, like, honestly, even though I'm out on bail, I'm a woman in Canada, in Toronto, in a pot lounge. I am legally authorized to use cannabis because I had to do that to not get in trouble on bail. So I do have a license. I can be that person by the cops and be like, yeah, look at my paperwork. I don't know. Everybody should have that right. Nobody should have to carry around that piece of paper. But so it goes. A little bit of access is better than none. Incremental steps, take what you can get and always ask for more. So, like I said, though, I wish I was wrong about the government doing the wrong thing. But they always do the wrong thing because that's what government does. That's just what they do. They control you, like I said. They tell you what you can't do, and then they tell you what you can do. So when you break those rules, you end up in handcuffs and in a cell, or through other punishments like they find now with asset forfeiture and threatening lawyers. Now that's one of the really, think about this for a second. The government could stop you on the street and they could take your bag and find $1,000 in it and say, oh, I think you're a weed dealer, I'm going to take this. And they could do asset forfeiture. They could tell you, you have to prove to me that you bought all this with legitimate money. I don't know what's legitimate or not legitimate. It's all the same $20 bills and digital numbers. I think it's all money. It's all going in the same place. But the government says, we can take your stuff. If we think you've broken the law, we can take your stuff even without charging you or convicting you. That's straight up theft. But like I said, the government's all about control, and they are the decision makers. So that's why, as discouraging as it is, we have to engage in the process. That's why you have to join political parties and run for office and go to those policy meetings and write a letter to your member of parliament and do that sort of boring stuff because it does actually have an impact. Even though the Liberals have introduced a terrible form of legalization, guess what? They had to introduce legalization. They had to do it because the people demanded it, because the party membership voted for it, because the time had come. And the time only came because activists and advocates fought uphill, nonstop, under threat of arrest to educate people and to bring more attention to this cause. So our movement, we are winning. And if you were listening to Dana earlier, Dana is one of the only speakers that ever makes me get emotional. He'll make me cry because he inspires me so much because he's so optimistic about things. And I am a happy person. I'm always smiling. Generally I'm happy. But I'm always so upset with the government. I always feel let down, and then I kick myself why did you trust them in the first place? Why would you even think they'd do the right thing? But like I said, we have no other choice. They're the movers and shakers and policy makers. You've got to go and network with them and try and be heard, and you can have an impact. So get on Twitter. Go and find Jody Emery on Twitter because I will be announcing different ways to be active to fight back peacefully for our culture and our freedom. I've asked people to email me if you want, and I'm putting them into a folder for activism. So jodieemery@gmail.com. That's JODIEEMERY. You can email me at Gmail, jodieemery@gmail.com, and I'm going to work on a petition. I'll work on helping get support for a legal injunction, raising funds. I'm going to try and do whatever I can, even though I'm tired. We're all tired of fighting this. But we have to. Now is the time. When they just called out war on us, they just said yesterday they declared war on us, on our shops, on our shatter, on our brands, on our everything. So we have to take a stand. And I'll do what I can to make a difference. So follow us online, Cannabis Culture. You can follow us, of course, there. All the legal media, that's what I'm endorsing here. Only the legal things. But I don't know if people have questions. I don't know if this is really a place for question answer. It's kind of oh, how mad are you at the government? Oh, I'm real mad. Okay, but how about you? I'm pissed off. See, there's not much more to say because clearly we all know how we feel. We're kind of yeah, we all get it. It's kind of crummy, but at the same time, we're sitting here smoking pot in a pot lounge, and it's pretty awesome. So protest prohibition, celebrate cannabis, and try and get in touch and stay active and involved, and let's make a difference. So thank you to NORML. Now, I need to shout this out because there is always, every time something bad happens, people say, you know what, we should organize a new group. let's make a new group. Let's like have a new coalition or a new organization or a new this or that. And while it's very true that it's better to have many different groups that can't be like removed with one sweep, so it's good to have like lots of people doing their thing, there are some organizations that have names that carry weight and credibility in the history of cannabis law reform, and NORML is definitely one of those names in Canada and the US and definitely all over the world. So right now you're hearing me speak because I'm here at the invitation of NORML Canada for this conference where they're inviting people to inform you and inspire you and get you active and engaged. And they need your activity and engagement too. You know, so go online, find NORML Canada on Twitter or on their website, and I'm sure you can speak to the organizers here about what you can actually do. Now, I get asked all the time, what can I do? And I'm like, oh my God, I don't know. We have to figure out something. Get back to me later. I'll make an event or something. But the truth is, you can actually do something on your own that will be bigger than you can ever imagine. You could go to your member of parliament's office and request a meeting and have an impact because nobody talked to them about pot before. You could take a sign. This is one of my favorite things to do as an activist, holding up signs, because visuals are the medium. We all look at screens. We're always looking at visual, moving images and images. Signs and protest signs are very powerful. That's why you see them everywhere during elections. You see names hammered into your brain over and over again about who you should vote for. Well, let's get more signs out there with cannabis truth messages. Make a sign with big legible letters. Don't take a Bic pen and write on a piece of cardboard. Nobody can read it. Take a big Sharpie. Get really nice and baked. Sit down, arts and crafts time. That's what's fun about it. You get to get a big piece of paper or a sign and make a message. Criminalization hurts Canadians. No prison for pot. Cannabis is good for my health. Anything. Make a message. Stand on a street corner and hold that sign up. Like, honestly, right outside Vapor Central, right here. Do you have any idea how much traffic goes by? Just tell yourself and your friends, hey, guys, let's do something really fun. Let's roll up a bunch of joints. Let's go and get super relaxed so that we're not mad about the injustice we're fighting against. And let's go stand on the street with signs. And just, you'll get honks. You'll get people coming up to you, asking what they can do. You'll get people coming and sharing their story with you. You might get some old cranky person being like, oh, you stoners, you should go to jail. And then you can be like, I feel even better about who I am right now. So you can go and make a difference. It's very easy. Just show up. Like yesterday, when the ministers had their press conference, I knew I wouldn't be invited. Like, I can't go in there like, hi, I'm Cannabis Culture Media. Let me in to the minister's press conference and let me sit there. Well, actually, that's kind of a funny story. They did let me. And I don't know if you remember a year ago at the police chief press conference after the Project Claudia raids, when we had our rally, and then I went inside and I asked if I could go, and nobody said no, so I just stood there, and then the police chief was lying, and Great Gardner beside me, he was saying cannabis truth, and the media were upset too. Like, the news media were really upset because 2 days before a poll came out saying that the majority of Toronto voters supported dispensaries, even recreational ones, not just medical. So the media were like, wait, this doesn't make sense. Why are you cracking down so hard? And the media were asking all these questions, so I asked questions too. I just put up my hand and start talking. And if you want to go, you can go look it up. There's a video. Basically, we accidentally took over the police chief's press conference, and the police got really, really mad. And then fast forward a year to, I don't know. You all know what happened. I'm out on bail right now. So what happened was we spoke truth to power. So yesterday I thought, there's no way, these guys, they're going to talk their BS, and I'll just sit here at home and wait for the interview calls to come in. But I got woken up by CTV News. And they said, Jody, are you going to the press conference? And I said, I don't think I can. He said, why not? It's at 900 Bay Street on the second floor in the Wellington room. I thought, oh, okay, well, all right, I'll get up and shower and go now. So I did. I got up and I smoked a joint, and I went and I walked over there, and I walked in and asked where I could go, and they said, follow the media signs. And so I went up to a lady and I said, hi, I'm here for the press conference. And she's like, oh, sure, are you accredited media? And I said, no, I'm not. I'm like, I'm with Cannabis Culture magazine. And she's like, what's your name? As I gave it to her, Jody Emery. She types it in her phone. She Googled me, and she said, oh yeah, you're all good. Yeah, we just have to look people up to make sure they're not in a problem or whatever. So she like takes me over to 5 women sitting at the sign-in desk and says, this is Jody Emery. She's gonna come into the press technical briefing, so let her in when they open up. And I couldn't believe it. So I was standing there like, I felt like I was gonna get in trouble. Like honestly, I'm like, what am I doing here? Because they then let me in, and I went and I sat at a table at the side of the room. I didn't want to go, be in the way. I just sat at one of the round tables, and they hand out these information booklets about what the Ontario plan is going to be. And we all heard the news the night before, so we knew, like, oh, this is a bunch of bull. Okay, so I didn't bother sharing that information because they made an announcement saying, all right, media, you have to make sure you do not share any of this information during the briefing. There's an embargo until the ministers talk at the press conference after this. So nobody tweet or share anything of this document. So I'm like, okay, but I'll tweet a picture that I'm in here. And so I took a picture of the wall where they had the sign saying it was an event, and I said I was there, and then the minister's assistant guy came in and started screaming, all right, media, I told you, nobody's to tweet anything. Who looks at me? You! Who are you? And I'm like, Jody Emery. I'm not kidding. All the media are with me. There's a news guy from Queen's Park beside me who's all chatty, and he pulls out his phone. And he's like, who are you? I'm like, Jody Emery. He's like, you're not allowed to tweet. And I'm like, I'm so sorry, sir. I am very sorry. I promise I won't share any of this information. He's like, you're not allowed to share that info. I'm like, I won't share the info. So then they start talking, and I tweeted a tweet, something like, cannabis should be legalized for everybody's freedom. I don't know what I tweeted some generic statement, and a lady came up to me, and she goes, excuse me, Jody, you can't tweet anything. And I said, I'm so sorry. That wasn't about the information. It was just an opinion. And she's like, you're not allowed to do that. I'm like, okay. So she leaves, and I keep listening. And then they ask the media for questions. And this isn't the press conference, by the way. This is the briefing. So beforehand, where they let the media know what's going on so the media can ask about what's going on. So this is all private. I don't know what I'm doing there. And neither do they, because I get on my phone and I retweet an old tweet about pot, and then the lady comes up to me again and goes, I told you not to use your phone. And I said, I'm not tweeting about the thing. And the guy across the room goes, excuse me, and interrupts the questions from the press. He goes, what's going on over there? And I'm like, I'm so sorry. He's like, you have to leave. And they made me leave. They made me get up in front of all the media and I was like, I'm not tweeting. Look at my Twitter feed. I'm not tweeting about this. I promise. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And they dragged me out. And then she dressed me down, and she saw I was really sad because I was embarrassed. I really was. And I was like sad about it. And she's like, I'll get someone to talk to you. Just wait here, and I'll get someone to come out and talk to you. But by then the media were calling me, and then they all filed out, and they're like, can we interview you next? We want to talk to you. So I'm like, okay, go to the press conference. I'll stand here in the hallway because I'm not allowed in. But then I asked the lady, can I go in? And she said, okay, fine. You can go in, but don't ask any questions. It's only for accredited media. So I go in there, right by the cameras, and the Minister of Health and the Minister of Finance and Minister of Public Safety, I think it was. And one of these guys has a movie announcer voice, the Minister of Finance guy. Man, it was like, I feel like an adventure is about to start, because here I won't even try. Okay, go watch the videos. This guy, I'm standing there like biting my tongue going, don't say anything, don't say anything. And they said, we're out to protect people from the harm of cannabis, the secondhand smoke that's going to be harming Canadians. And I'm like, oh God, these guys, and I'm biting my lip. And I said nothing, though. I stood there. I was good. I didn't want to get thrown out during that part. So I waited until they finished. And they took all the questions, and then the ministers started leaving. And then I put up my hand like a good student in class, waiting for someone to call on me. And I said, but cannabis should be legalized to stop criminalizing the existing industry and to allow and I just started talking, like, you know how I do. So I started talking, and the cameras were rolling, and then suddenly I accidentally made another press scrum where I was, some might say ranting and raving. I would say calmly, passionately delivering a very strong message. You can watch the video yourself. It's on Twitter. I'm not that crazy. I'm not a lunatic. But I am very worked up and very passionate and very pointed and very clear about what's going on and what we need to do about it. So after that, I did a bunch of interviews for the rest of the day, and you can see it on Twitter. But the point is, I just showed up. It was about showing up. I was in bed. I was going to sleep in and wait for phone calls, and they told me you should go, and I went and I showed up, and that's what matters. And it matters no matter who you are. You don't have to be like Mark Emery's notorious like dispensary wife or whatever they see me as. You can be an ordinary citizen and go and have it. You can actually have a better impact than me. Because when they see me coming, they're like, oh, God, we know what you want. Just shut up. So if it's me, they're not receptive. If it's you, you're a voter. You're a taxpayer. You're somebody that they might need to worry about upsetting. So that's where your power is. You can go. Because let me give you a little tip here. I've run for office a couple times, and this is how messaging to politicians work. When you tweet at a politician, they don't really care. When you call and deliver a message, they go, oh, well, you know, that person's pretty serious. That represents about, you know, I think 2 or 3 people feel the same way since that person got worked up enough to call. And email, it's about the same or even less. They go, okay, maybe like 5 people also feel like this email person feels. So that's how they count it. They go, okay, this issue, whatever the issue is, bike lanes, windmills, whatever it is, they count these. The most effective form of writing or contacting or messaging your politician is a letter, a printed paper letter, which I know is getting more and more obsolete, but they count that as at least 10 people's opinion. They say that letter represents 10 people. So if they get 10 letters like that, they say, oh man, 100 people are really upset about this pot thing. So it's super easy. And here's the best part. You know how people get really worried about, oh, what am I going to write? I have so much to say. I could fill a whole... Don't write a book. These guys do not read past talking points. Make it short, make it sweet, and they will read it. Send them a novel. They're not likely to look through it. But send them something short and sweet that they can read and digest. That will have an impact. So go home tonight, open up your laptop, or I think you can print from your phones these days. Write a message. Very easy. All you have to do is say, I disagree with this plan. I'm a voter and a taxpayer. Always throw that in there. That scares them. That's like, oh no, don't. That's our bread and butter. Don't upset the voter taxpayer. So like throw that out there and say, I care about politics. I care about this issue. And if you don't change the way you're doing it, I will engage other people and bring them on board to also get upset at you for this. So do the right thing. And even if they do the wrong thing, again, at least you did the right thing. It's on them if they fail to follow through. But hey, at least we tried. And we're doing the best we can. And incremental steps. You know, like when I'm dead, I sure hope pot is everywhere. I hope it's all over the place. I can't have it today. But in the future, if I work hard enough, maybe they can. So when I think of all the activists behind and who have spoken at events, and I do think of Michelle Rainey, I think of people who were medical users and people who have suffered and passed on, and there have been quite a few lately, actually. And they gave their all. They gave their all, even though they knew that they might not be able to enjoy the victory spoils. But there might not even be a real victory at the end line, because there is no end line. The fight for freedom from oppression goes on forever, for women, for human beings, for all of us, all over the world. There is so much oppression and so much harm, and we're always fighting back against it, fighting peacefully. And that's how we gain ground, slowly, frustratingly, too painfully slow, but any gains are better than none at all. And it feels really good going to bed at night knowing that I tried to do something to help people and I didn't hurt anybody like our oppressors do. So take that with you, take action, go online, follow me, like I said, at Twitter, because that's where I spend a lot of time sharing news and cannabis facts. And I hope you'll send me an email, jodieemery@gmail.com, if you want to stay tuned for updates about how to make a difference. So thanks again to NORML Canada for letting me speak. I'm going to wrap it up here and then roll up a legal medical joint, and I hope everybody out there gets to roll up legal recreational joints from the grower of their choice in the future. That's the dream. So thanks a lot. Peace and pot. Take care, everybody.
Hello. Hello, Vapor Central. Welcome back to the 2017 Normal Convention here at Vapor Central. We have the great John Conroy with us. He's going to say a few words. Here he is.
Thank you. Well, Jody, excellent speech. I think she said it all. I think she took you through the whole thing and said it very well if it was in a manual of some kind, so we can get people to follow the instruction, the experience that you've shown us. We lawyers can't do things without people like her on the front line, people who are willing to put their bodies on the line in order to advance the cause. As she says, if people don't get out there and keep after, you know, it ends. And I don't like this C-45 Cannabis Act. I'm in front of them on Wednesday. They want me to talk about household cultivation, which of course will be simply a reiteration of how it can be done safely and reasonably and effectively, as was found by Judge Phelan in the Allard case after the police tried to go through all this extreme fear-mongering about fire, mold, and public safety. I mean, sure, there's going to be issues about apartments and, you know, can you put bloom boxes in and landlords and tenants and all that stuff. But the Cannabis Act, actually, the definition of dwelling house includes the land surrounding the house and any buildings, outbuildings. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see some of the things that are in the Act. You know, I'm trying to be optimistic. I mean, it's a step in the right direction. It's certainly not what I would call legalization, and I can't stand the criminal justice thing that's superimposed upon it. At least they've reduced the maximum penalty for trafficking from life to 14 years. 14 years. That's ridiculous. Ledane, when I was called to the bar in 1972, Ledane Commission was a report about cannabis in Canada. 72, 45 years ago. He said you should hybridize the offense of trafficking. By that I mean you have a summary conviction and an indictable offense. In the U.S., they call it felonies and misdemeanors. And so the max for a misdemeanor was going to be 6 months, and the max on indictment was going to be 5 years. Here we are, 45 years later, and their max is 14 years. And when it's 14 years, by the way, years ago we came up with something called a conditional sentence order to try and get judges to not put people in prison and to keep them in the community. They serve the sentence of imprisonment but in the community, house arrest type thing. You can't get that if there's a max of 14 years, thanks to the Harper crowd. And, you know, people don't get anywhere near 14 years for trafficking or growing cannabis anymore. We have succeeded to a great extent in reducing huge numbers of prosecutions and arrests. One is too many, and you hear the experience and the consequences. But I used to get hundreds of people charged with various cannabis offenses. I hardly get any anymore. I'm winding down my practice and getting old and trying to retire. That's part of it. But other lawyers tell me the same thing. So, you know, I remember that when I started practicing, people went to jail for possession. It was an odd time. I say odd because people really weren't that uptight about production and so on. And in the federal prison at Matsqui, near where I practice, they used to turn a blind eye to prisoners smoking pot and using pot because it kept the place calm. And then when they clamped down, everybody went back to opiates because they could flush that in 24 hours, whereas the cannabis would show up on the piss test for 90 days. So again, an illustration of how prohibition achieves the opposite to what they claim, and consequences that are just totally ridiculous. And it just baffles me that they continue to not see. I didn't see the press conference, but to hear that a minister talks about harm and secondhand smoke. Oh, God. You know, I just came back from BC where we've got smoke, all right. It's from forest fires and wind blowing, and it's the worst smoke you can possibly imagine. And in fact, I read was it the Globe or somewhere fairly recently, like there's, 100,000 deaths a year or something from air pollution, and even more maybe. So, and they're worried about secondhand marijuana smoke. Give me a break. But anyway, this is a wrap up. I'm going to be able to chat some more tomorrow and probably, as lawyers do, be more long-winded and go on and on. But I really enjoyed your speech, Jody. I think it was great. You need to listen. And on a positive note, I think the cannabis community is going to do just fine under this Cannabis Act. Sure, we'll have a few ticketing things happening and so on. The critical thing is the dispensary issue, because that's the whole issue about distribution and hopefully flooding the market so that there isn't any interest for people to get involved in the criminal side of it, so that the market is flooded. That's the only way. In Washington State, the mistake is the cost of setting up a store and the taxes have put the prices out of reach of most folks. So you have what happened earlier in Colorado, a guy on the street saying, hey, I'll sell it to you without the taxes. So you got to get, they got to get it. They got to flood the market with booze. We do, at least in BC, if I go to a liquor store, I pay 10% PST and I think 5% GST, so it's 15%. Which is reasonable. Some of these other states, it's like 25% and up, and they just create the black market. They just don't get it. And a big thing is, and it's going to be very interesting to see the difference between BC and Ontario. You heard Jody talk about the Ontario situation, and it's the city. Remember, it's the city that's really the problem here. It's the mayor and the police in Toronto that are behind all of this, more than the province, and certainly not the feds in terms of this particular issue, because in Vancouver, they're just putting them through the zoning licensing schemes, and people are approved. And so how are they going to deal with that once, we're going to see what BC's model will be, and I doubt it'll be a liquor control board thing. But Washington State, the liquor control board licenses the stores, but still the costs and so on apparently are just ridiculous. So there's still a thriving black market. So that's the key thing, is getting rid of the black market and bringing everybody in. That's the part that I just shake my head. They are still, and I still advise people not to get involved because you'll prejudice yourself possibly in the future if you want to get involved. But there are all kinds of people out there, and they know what they're doing, and they are the business. Just get out there and get them to apply for licenses, and let's get them taxed and regulated. What's so difficult about this? It's really not difficult at all. But like Jody, after all these years, and for me it's now been at least 45, I still don't get, I sort of do get where a lot of it comes from. And, if you think about all the stuff that went through the media in the early days, and even Maclean's magazine and things like that really created this reefer madness attitude amongst so many people, and this fear. But again, as Jody said, we now know that, and we have double-blind, placebo-based studies that say that cannabis is a significant exit strategy drug in the opiate crisis. And that really was a very important point I think you made in terms of what can be done to stop hundreds of people dying every month in Vancouver in particular, and I think here in Toronto as well. So anyway, I could go on and on. Hope to see a lot of you back tomorrow, and let's deal with this new act as it comes along and show them that we can do it, and don't do things to stink out the neighborhood or things that upset people. Do things to bring people on side so that we can show them that this is just step one and we need to get rid of the criminal law completely in this whole area. Thank you.
Thank you, John. That's the end of our programming today. Come back tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Sarah Hanlon's taking over. She's going to do a much better job than I did today.